Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'd just like to thank all of you for making the time to be here on relatively short notice today. Let me begin today by saying what this special Board of Regents meeting is not about. This meeting is not about the leadership of this great university. We all have much respect for Chancellor Biddy Martin. Indeed, this Board of Regents and this UW system president hired Biddy Martin to be the 28th Chancellor at UW-Madison 2.5 years ago. So I'd like to just start there and let us all take a deep collective breath about that and move from there to what this meeting is about.
You may want to call the roll.
But before I do, I might want to call the roll. Because every time I do that, I forget. Secretary Radu, will you please call the roll?
Regent Bartel?
Here.
Regent Bradley?
Here.
Regent Crane? Here. Regent Danae Davis? Here. Regent Stan Davis?
Here.
Regent Drew?
Here.
Regent Evers?
Here.
Regent Falbo?
Here.
Regent Loftus?
Here.
Regent Menedee?
Here.
Regent Pruitt?
Here.
Regent Smith?
Here.
Regent Spector?
Here.
Regent Vasquez?
Here.
Regent Walsh?
Here.
Regent Wingate?
Here.
Regent Womack?
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. I'll begin again. I've already told you what the meeting isn't about. Let me tell you what the meeting is about. It is about an idea and the substance of a proposal that would be a sea change for higher education in Wisconsin. I think we can all agree on that. It is certainly about the potential impact on the UW-Madison campus and the 15,000 faculty and staff and 41,000 students who attend Wisconsin's flagship. But this meeting and this conversation are also about the profound impact this proposal will have on the 15,000 faculty and staff and the 141,000 students who work at and attend our other 12 comprehensive campuses, I should say our 11 comprehensive campuses, and our other doctoral institution. And it's about the 13 UW colleges and all those campuses from La Crosse to Racine, Kenosha, from Stevens Point to Green Bay, from Platteville to Milwaukee. Our agenda today is short, but it has long-term implications. We're meeting here for one purpose, and one purpose only. We are here because we want, and in fact we need, to have an open and frank informational discussion about a big new idea that's come to life, one that has the potential to significantly change the face of higher education in Wisconsin. We are talking, of course, about the proposal to put Wisconsin's flagship, UW-Madison, on a different course. More specifically, we're here to talk about the proposed separation of UW-Madison from the union of other UW system campuses. This is a new issue for us. It is not, frankly, something we expected to be talking about today, but we are here. Many of the details of this proposed split are not yet available. It's anticipated we'll know a lot more after the governor releases his 2011-13 biennial budget. For now, we are working from a 6-page summary released on Wednesday by UW-Madison based on draft legislation. When the budget bill is released next week and more complete details are available, we'll be better prepared to engage in subsequent discussions. But we need to start the conversation, and that's what we're here to do this morning. President Riley?
Thank you, President Pruitt. Welcome. Good to see everybody. I wanted to start today's discussion with two important points. The first is that this is Rita Sears' last day with the University of Wisconsin. She is retiring at the end of this afternoon, so I just wanted to thank Rita, who's been Rita has been a terrific person to work with. I've worked with her for 15 years in a variety of capacities. She's now my executive assistant, as most of you know, and I want to thank her for her commitment and compassion and exuberance and energy and sense of humor and all-around good personhood. And we hope that, Rita, you have a great retirement and can look back on all the contributions you've made to the university and our students, faculty, and staff over the years with great pride. You should. Thanks. Thanks so much. The second important point I wanted to make is that I'd appreciate people not laughing at my haircut.
They do take a lot off.
This is what happens when you get too busy to make your regular appointment with your regular barber and you run out over lunch to to a place that's close by where you've never been to before, walk in, sit down at the first open seat, and get somebody who's never cut your hair to cut your hair before. I knew it was a bad decision.
You're breaking my heart.
As President Pruitt said, we're all still awaiting the governor's budget announcement of next Tuesday and what exactly it will hold for all of us. We do have some preliminary indications, though. As you know, the governor called for a meeting at the Capitol last week that included all the chancellors and me, and at that time he expressed, I'm happy to say, strong support for the idea of flexibility for UW campuses and pledged to provide some increased management freedoms for all the UW system institutions. This is encouraging, as we have been advocating for greater flexibility in how we manage our affairs for a long, long time. At this meeting, the governor also indicated that he's committed to providing UW-Madison with public authority status in his budget bill. This means that UW-Madison would be separated from the University of Wisconsin system, a separation that would be codified in Chapter 37 of the Wisconsin statutes. That being said, the governor also noted that he's willing to listen and he's willing to work with us on amending the legislation to benefit all UW system institutions, offering new managerial flexibilities that would help all of our campuses operate more efficiently. As we prepare to discuss these issues, let me just reiterate the priorities I believe reflect the consensus of this board. Our primary goals, I think, are two. One, to get the flexibilities we need to help ensure the quality of our institutions for the future and their continued accessibility and affordability to Wisconsin students. And two, to avoid wasteful and damaging duplication and competition among institutions, costs of which would be passed along to our students, families, and Wisconsin taxpayers. So as we pursue these goals, we need to hear from a wide variety of stakeholder groups. All the student leaders, all the alumni associations, all the parent networks, all the faculty leaders, all the academic staff leaders from all of the UW campuses. That's because the potential of UW-Madison splitting off from the rest of the UW campuses has profound long-term implications for UW-Madison and for all of these constituents at the other institutions as well. So with that, I'll turn it back over to President Pruitt.
Thank you, President Riley. Before we begin with the substance of the conversation, I did want to try to set the parameters of what I hope will take place here today. We're not here to have a political debate. We all enjoy political debates, but that isn't really our purpose. We're also not here to conduct a hearing or take testimony. Those days may come as we go forward, not just on this campus, but obviously all across the state. We're really here to have a conversation with the university's governing board about an issue that affects thousands and thousands of people in the state, and that is the existence of one University of Wisconsin system. I'd like to at least just take a moment to review, I think, a few facts that I think we all agree on, and that I would at least hope that we do not spend a great deal of time going over here today. First, we believe that Governor Walker cares deeply about higher education and the vitality of our public university. The UW system and its institutions play a vital role in preparing Wisconsin students, powering the research that has the potential to change lives, and pumping up the state's economic engine. We can and should congratulate the governor and his administration for thinking outside the box and recognizing that in these difficult times, at least one of our campuses needs flexibilities to handle the challenges that lie ahead. Second, I don't think we're really here to discuss the merits of the new Badger partnership per se. We don't need to. We agree with and have advocated for its core principles for many, many years. Chancellor Martin has done an exceptional job in making a compelling case for this partnership, a tribute to the hours of hard work she's invested over the past year. As President Riley said, we want those flexibilities for UW-Madison, and we want them for all UW campuses. Again, these are the facts we agree on, and if you'll permit me, in the legal world, I understand the lawyers on this board would call these stipulated facts. I don't think need to spend a lot of time repeating or elaborating on those facts. The sole issue that we're really here to address today is the relatively new proposal being forwarded by the governor to split UW-Madison from the UW system and provide it with public authority status. I promise you that topic alone will give us plenty to talk about over the next several hours and the next several months. This is really just the beginning of a long conversation. This is a huge step with vast range of implications. As such, I believe, and I think the Regents all agree, that it deserves an open, transparent, in-depth conversation. It affects this state's public university system, so it should be discussed and determined publicly. As members of this board, we are charged with looking after all of the University of Wisconsin system. That means all of its 182,000 students, all of its 30,000 faculty and staff members, both of its 2 research universities, all of its 11 regional comprehensive campuses, all 13 of its 2-year campuses, all the extension offices in all 72 counties. I'd like to remind everyone that no action is being taken today. There will be no resolutions and no votes. And if anybody tries to offer one, I will remind us all that we have not noticed that, and we are not in a position to accept resolutions today. We are here to discuss this concept for the very first time, to develop a better shared understanding. This is how we'll proceed. We will begin with Chancellor Martin. I know she has things she wants to say, and we have questions we'd like to ask. We'll have ample opportunity to do that. We'll also have individuals who would like to address the board to engage in this grand conversation. We will hear from other UW chancellors, as well as representatives of UW student government and student organizations, and faculty and academic staff representatives. So that's our plan. We're going to try to stick to it. And we're going to get started now, and it's my pleasure to introduce Chancellor Martin. Chancellor? You should go wherever you're comfortable. If you'd like to go there, if you'd like to sit at the table, whatever.
Whatever you wish.
Why don't you go up there? That'll give you the opportunity to have a microphone, too.
I don't know if I'm... Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Regent Pruitt had told me we had an hour for the session in which I would speak and you would ask questions, and so I've prepared remarks that will probably take about 20 minutes, 25. I know that the people over here have heard me give talks that are too long with sentences that are also too long. I apologize in advance for both. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and be heard on this issue by the Regents. I know everybody in this room is here because we care deeply about the fate of higher education in the state of Wisconsin, and I hope beyond the state of Wisconsin as well. We have the same goals, which is to preserve the strengths of the institutions in our care in service to the state, and in my view, with an eye to future generations of young people. We convened to discuss these things at an extraordinary time, a very difficult time when emotions are running high for a number of reasons. Inevitably, our anxieties and various other feelings we have about the economy overall and the budget repair bill in particular will get mixed up with the questions we're discussing today, no matter what we've stipulated. I take it as my responsibility to try and disentangle them and keep them separate and reason my way through a dense thicket of issues and concerns. I want to begin by expressing my regret that the evolution of the New Badger Partnership and the way that evolution has been communicated have contributed to the stress that everyone is feeling. More stress is the last thing that any one of us needs at this point. The stated purpose for this meeting is to discuss whether UW-Madison should be separated from the system. That's a difficult question to address at this point for several reasons. First, none of us has seen the final bill, and that includes those of us at UW-Madison. We look forward to seeing the final bill next week, and we look forward to the public discussion that is typically part of legislative deliberations on budget bills. Second, it's difficult for me to think that the major question or the most urgent question for a 4-hour open meeting is the question of whether UW-Madison should separate from the system. That is not the question that has guided our work. That is not the question that has guided our thinking. I understand that it's an important question that has now been raised by virtue of the effect of the governor's proposal. But it's not what I consider the most urgent issue for us. I have consistently put on the table the question about how we can approach this biennial budget, a new governor, and a legislature in ways that will permit us to preserve the strengths of our institutions. That, it seems to me, is still the most important question before us. I've argued openly for many months in the setting of Regents meetings and Chancellor's meetings that expecting new funding and forecasting lower costs to educate our students was not an optimal approach. And I have sought instead to emphasize more fully our shared emphasis on new operational models and flexibility. I would love to spend 4 hours discussing those issues. The question that is the stated purpose of this meeting is also difficult to address because of the language in which it is framed. Difficult for me, anyway. It's a binary question, yes or no, without any context. Should Madison be separated? The language I've heard repeatedly from others is, should it be spun off, as though it were going into orbit? This choice of language is limiting and emotionally laden. Madison is not going anywhere. UW-Madison is not going away. It's not spinning out any more than it already does. It does not aim ever to separate itself from its important relationships with other institutions in the state. It does not aim to separate itself from the state or its public. A different framing of the question might go something like this. How can we create innovative possibilities that will help us at a campus level, all of us, deal with the extreme challenges that confront our students, faculty, and our staff? Does differentiation, a word I prefer to separation, at least as a matter of discussion, inevitably mean being ejected from the orbit that we call the University of Wisconsin? And how might we use a different status for Madison or for any other institution in the system to have positive effects on the whole? Does it inevitably do damage, or might it inaugurate some new and beneficial changes? I want to use my time today to explain 3 things. First, what has motivated and guided our efforts to advance an integrated case for flexibility, budgetary authority, and decision-making at the level closest to the levels at which education, research, and outreach actually take place. Second, I want to explain the complexity and challenge of the process we have been undergoing. Third, I want to say why the governor's probable proposal could be crucial to UW-Madison and a first step toward helping other system institutions. Fourth, I'd like to say why I think such a change would not inevitably damage other institutions or the state of Wisconsin. And before I go through those, I want to say that there's no one in Wisconsin I have enjoyed more in my 2 2/3 years than Rita Sears. Thank you, Rita. Thank you. You've watched me work for over 2.5 years, and I think you probably know what has motivated me throughout this period. The success of UW-Madison, its students, its faculty, its staff, its contributions not only to Wisconsin but to the world, and its potential for future generations. We all share the goal of protecting one of only 4 public universities in the world to be ranked in the top 20 universities in faculty productivity. One of only 4 public universities in the world to be ranked among the top 20 in faculty quality. UW-Madison ranks in the top 20 at a time when every state in the country and every region in the world needs a major research university that can attract talent, develop the talent of its youth, generate discoveries and innovation, and apply them to real-world problems. This is the Wisconsin idea, and it guides everything that we do at UW-Madison now, and it will guide everything we do at UW-Madison in the future. Provide access to education at one of the world's best universities, find new ways to keep that education affordable, introduce innovation in education, be a university that sets no artificial boundary between intellectual work and the use of that work to practical ends, except no boundary between itself and the public it serves. That is our identity, that is our history, and that is our future. What to do given looming budget cuts after years of budget cuts, after biennia with no pay plans, after a biennium with furloughs, facing reductions in our employees' take-home pay as a result of recent decisions. What to do? My approach has been to say, begin with the hand we're dealt. And the hand we're dealt has no money in it. And it's for that reason that for over a year, my staff and I have been developing and presenting the new Badger Partnership. As was true of the Madison Initiative for undergraduates, the initiative drew on what I learned from our faculty, our students, and our staff, what I learned from our alumni, what I learned from historians of UW-Madison and the UW system before I came here and ever since I've been here. Someone just pointed out to me that the reaccreditation report for UW-Madison in 1999 suggested public authority status for UW-Madison. The 2008 reaccreditation report for UW-Madison, which came through this board, also suggested public authority status. You will not have noticed it. I didn't, and I read the whole report many times. I pointed out only to emphasize the perceived need on the Madison campus and throughout its alumni body, some 400,000 strong, for changes that will preserve the strength of UW-Madison for the good of the state, the nation, and the world. The hand we're dealt has no money in it, and so we must become more self-reliant. And we must do more to help ourselves so we can continue to help the public. UW-Madison is capable, perhaps uniquely, but not exclusively so, of relying to a greater extent on our own capacities and resources. But we can only rely on our own resources and maximize them if we can cut through layers of red tape that separate our goals and plans from our ability to execute them. Some layers of red tape are caused by outdated administrative practices on our own campus. Some come into play at the system level as system tries to apply state law and policy in a way that will be effective. Some come from system's own requirements and expectations of us and system initiatives. But most arise from the state, from laws and policies that have accumulated over time, typically in one-off fashion at different moments in time, and leave us without internally consistent or coherent policies for higher education. Critics often charge that we should run more like a business. And my answer to that is twofold. Number one, we are not a business. Universities are universities, and our unique contributions and cultures are a service to the state, the nation, and the world. We are the only institution in the country specifically charged with protecting the freedom of inquiry. Freedom of inquiry can happen in other institutions, but there's only one institution in which it is to be guarded specifically, and that's the university. Second, our uniqueness does not mean we could not operate more effectively or more efficiently. What prevents it? The fact that we don't manage our own operations. We don't manage our affairs at the levels at which the work has to get done and the levels where there's the greatest expertise. The accumulated layers of bureaucracy and the control of our mission from a distance make our institutions Byzantine mazes, sometimes with no obvious exit. It's hard to be more responsible or more responsive if we spend all our time trying to comprehend and then follow 25 steps to get approval for one purchase. 25 steps to get approval for one purchase, or to hire one person, only to be told at the 23rd step that we have reached an artificial limit for the number of positions we can use or the number of items we can purchase. Responsibility without authority is a recipe for disaster. It is for individual leaders. It is for organizations. And we cannot take responsibility for our individual institutions in this threatening time, if we cannot generate, keep, and use our own resources in the ways that make sense on our individual campuses, if we cannot make sound decisions about what each one of us should protect, if we cannot execute our decisions in a timely fashion, effectiveness can make up for sizable chunks of money that get taken away. But there's no way to enhance effectiveness without adequate room to move and appropriate authority at the right levels. It seems the governor has accepted the merits of that argument about universities. If he goes forward with a model that will help us become more self-reliant and help support the extension of greater flexibilities as appropriate to other campuses, I applaud him for it. Now let me speak about the complexity of the process we've been undergoing. Public authority status was not on our radar when we developed the New Badger Partnership. It arose as one possible model among others when audience members at our public forums raised it as a possibility and asked us why we weren't thinking about it, given the UW hospital model. It arose again in December when we learned that from a third party that the UW System Administration was developing a public authority model for the entire system, something of which we were unaware. When the governor-elect staff informed us that he was interested in it for UW-Madison, we were skeptical. We agreed internally that we would need to do more research, would need to proceed carefully, and would need to wait until we had a lot of detail before we knew what stance to take on this. Why did we not inform System immediately about the governor's interest? First, we were somewhat stunned by the news, to be honest, and we felt we needed time to decide whether it was worth pursuing. It was hardly a fait accompli on the governor's end or on ours. We didn't even know if it was a good idea, and in fact, several of my staff will tell you they opposed it outright initially because they thought it was inevitably a bad one. Second, we asked the governor's staff about communications with System, and we were told that a meeting with System and Regent leadership was on the schedule for the next day or two, that it was their prerogative to inform System leadership about their thinking, and ultimately about any decisions they made, including anything for Madison. As the governor's staff continued to work on options, we continued to respond with the information that was requested of us about UW-Madison, the area in which we have expertise. We learned that other chancellors were also meeting with the governor and the governor's staff. We learned that System was meeting with the governor and governor's staff, as is appropriate. It is long-standing historical practice here for chancellors to meet without System administration with the governor and the governor's staff. That has been the case ever since I arrived. And the number of plans that have been made between chancellors and governors, or chancellors and legislators, and then revealed, exceeds my ability to count. It didn't occur to me, therefore, that meeting with the governor privately, knowing that everyone else was doing the same, or the governor's staff, which is really the group with which I met, was inappropriate. In January, we learned that System had floated its own proposal for public authority status for the entire system, and it also submitted reasons why the governor should not consider anything different for Madison. It would appear then that the governor or the governor's staff had indeed informed System of his intentions regarding Madison. This is in January. It's now the end of February. I imagined that the two or even more than two proposals that the governor's staff was considering would dovetail at some point. I also assumed that President Riley would bring forward System's proposal and what he had learned from the governor's office about Madison when he deemed it appropriate. At my meetings with the governor's staff, I consistently emphasized the importance of flexibilities for all our campuses, and you can verify that quite easily by asking anyone on the governor's staff. I also made it clear that a proposal that gained traction for the entire system, that also delegated all relevant authorities and flexibilities to Madison, would be fine with us. I reiterated that as recently as this past weekend. I imagine that President Riley and the Regents were not talking openly about these issues early in January or February for the same reasons we weren't. We didn't know what was going to happen. It's an iterative process, and it's a delicate one. There are periods in a process that require confidentiality. Discretion in the formulation of proposals, nimbleness and judgment in response to one's interlocutors are critical parts of a successful process. And these are not processes that the university system or the University of Wisconsin-Madison controls, nor would it be appropriate for us to control them. We're talking about the interaction of university processes with political processes that we don't control. For our part at UW-Madison, we didn't know, literally until days ago, when we saw some more recent drafts, whether the governor's proposal would satisfy the principles that our groups on campus had asked me to use as guidelines. It now seems that they will, but we haven't seen the final draft. And our constituents on the campus have not seen a final draft. And you have not seen a final bill. And everyone must remain open to the possibility that the bill says something other than what we've seen, and that you have, obviously other than what you've seen. If it does comply with the principles and values that our constituents on campus have articulated, it would mean an extraordinary opportunity to combine self-reliance with oversight in a way that permits us to survive, even in the face of deep cuts. It would be an opportunity for Madison to serve as a test case, a laboratory, a first step that can be extended either during legislative budget deliberations to other institutions or, as the governor suggested, in future sessions. That's how I have seen this based on what I've been told, and that's how I see it now. Delaying, tabling, or opposing the governor's proposal will put us all in the position of taking deep cuts with no flexibility in the way we deal with them and no alternative strategy that appears to have political traction. Some have said that an issue this significant should not be in a governor's budget bill. All I can say about that is I'm puzzled. In my short time as chancellor here, I've seen very consequential proposals in governor's budget bills. And given system's own proposal for public authority status for the system, which is also quite consequential, it has seemed safe to assume the legitimacy and importance of the governor's budget bill as a vehicle. It also seems safe to assume that public authority status in itself is not a problem, since it is also being proposed for others. It's the possibility that we would differentiate among ourselves, that we might move at different rates, or that our 40-year-old structure could bend or change. I submit to you what many chancellors have said over and over. It needs to change, and not because it hasn't served us well over the years, but because this is a new day. The challenges are urgent, and the challenges are different. Would a different status for Madison inevitably harm the rest of the system? I have heard arguments about inevitable damage, laying stress on inevitable, that puzzle me. The most frequent of which is that other system institutions will lose prestige and brand equity. Let me repeat, UW-Madison is not going anywhere. Shared prestige does not come from any given administrative structure, but from the quality of institutions, their connections with one another, the service they provide to young people and to the state, and the sharing of a name, the name Wisconsin, the University of Wisconsin. Surely the pride that faculty, staff, students, and alumni feel for their particular institutions in the system is derived from something other than UW-Madison or a particular administrative structure. Someone has argued that UW-Milwaukee's PhDs will lose their value if UW-Madison is not part of the system as currently conceived. I can't possibly understand that. UW-Milwaukee has units that are stronger in their domains than any in the state, including Madison. Milwaukee is a university that has raised its profile and bolstered its reputation on its own merits, not by virtue of Madison, not by virtue of any particular institutional structure. And even if Madison's brand benefits everyone, as it surely does, we have made sure that we continue to share the name, that we continue to have the kinds of transfer agreements for students, faculty research collaborations, library sharing, and so many other things that we share across campuses, many of which have been established and carried out campus to campus. We insisted in our discussions that UW-Madison not be renamed the University of Wisconsin, precisely because of the importance of sharing the brand. And I would also like to say that the benefit of the brand is not one-directional or unidimensional. UW-Madison benefits from the strengths of the other campuses, and it always will. UW-Madison's strengths in water research, for example, have gotten public visibility in Wisconsin over recent years in part because of the strengths that UW-Milwaukee has built in that area and the work UW-Milwaukee has done to connect that research with industry. Prospective students who are considering college in this state care about UW-Eau Claire's great music performance faculty. They care about the fact that they have a jazz program that's unparalleled, one that Madison doesn't have. They don't care about a particular administrative superstructure. Prospective students and faculty care that UW-Milwaukee has a great film production unit, that Stevens Point has great strengths in energy and environmental studies. Some may be attracted, some faculty, by the collaboration in research between UW-Madison and Stevens Point on bioenergy. Nothing about that collaboration needs to change under any circumstance, and it wouldn't. I confess that I am always skeptical of arguments about the inevitability of anything, the inevitability of failure, the inevitability of damage, when those arguments are used to foreclose the possibility of change. The impact of new ideas and initiatives is at least partially in our control. And what happens is dependent on the limits of our imagination and our willingness to think and move forward. When it comes to brand, I remind us all that if UW-Madison loses strength and reputation by virtue of a 15% cut and no new tools after years of cuts, biennia of no-pay plans, and furloughs, its brand will no longer be available to anyone, period. Let me also say again before I close, we have not seen a final bill. We have worked closely on campus with key individuals and with a working group representing shared governance and labor. That group on our campus has articulated a set of principles that should guide me and other administrators in discussions about change for UW-Madison, and that's what we have followed. Our constituencies are, I'm sure, feeling in no position to take a stance on whether UW-Madison should separate from the system. I believe our constituents on our campus, as I do, see the most urgent question as how we deal with deep cuts and no new tools. That is the question we are asking ourselves. And I believe that our constituents understand the values and principles that are shared across our campus and across other campuses. In 2011, this is 2011, the challenges we face are urgent. The changes in the world of research universities and higher education generally are transformative, and they are going on all over the country. Wisconsin needs to keep its world-class research university and give its other institutions the tools that they need. This is a time for innovation and for seizing good opportunities where they lie, not for deciding immediately that no change could ever be good or fail to do inevitable damage. I have done what I thought you hired me to do. I have tried to do what is right for UW-Madison, its faculty, its staff, its students, its alumni, its supporters. Without a first step in the budget bill, we will be back where we started, without a viable strategy for achieving what we need in this biennium. I end where I began. I have acted on the belief that the best way to serve UW-Madison, which is my job, in these circumstances, is to develop a strategy and approach that is adaptive to changing circumstances, changes in higher education, changes in higher education financing, declining state support, that it is my job to minimize the damage from yet more cuts at the same time as competition among research universities increases. And it is my job to maximize the assets that UW-Madison represents for the state. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chancellor. If, with your permission, what I'd like to do is, as we oftentimes do, I'll sort of recognize the folks on the Board of Regents who have questions, and you can answer them.
Sure.
Can I ask for questions? Regent Loftus.
Thank you. Well, I accept your explanation of sequence of events and look forward to working with you to make whatever happens work. So thank you. I want to make one point about how the legislature, rather than the governor, might look at this, and then a question on the status of university employees when they become authority employees. Okay, so the first point, and I'm reminded when President Clinton appointed me as ambassador to Norway, I arrived and the Oslo Peace Accords were in their bloom, and for 5 years I watched them fall apart. I had no responsibility for that. But the next thing that happened was the first Balkan War started. A big deal because it was us, and Norway is a NATO country. And we saw the breakup of the Balkans, and what we have now is sort of these countries existing in mutual hate. One of the things that happened was what to name Macedonia, because the Greeks, the Russians, and the Chinese weren't going to allow it to be called Macedonia. So it became FYROM, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. And this is the way my mind works. So I said, well, what would this other campuses be called if this happened? Well, they'd be the former University of Wisconsin at. So then I thought, well, Green Bay would become the former University of Wisconsin at G. That would be FUWAG. And they could rename their team as the FUWAGs and explain that that might be a HODAG. But this is a point that in the legislature the question will be not what happens to Madison, but what happens when the other campuses are separated from Madison. And I understand that we're in Madison, and this is our perspective. Secondly, the rationale or the purpose here, at least part of the purpose, is done to balance the state budget. It's done to save money. So it's this atmosphere that it will ride. The question, we have 8,000 UW-Madison employees who are about to lose their collective bargaining rights. We have 5,000 hospital authority employees about to lose their collective bargaining rights. We have 1,300 LTAs in Madison with their health insurance and retirement at risk. And I note, and first of all, I want to say publicly that I stand in solidarity with all of these people as a regent and as a citizen. But the question is, the UW Hospital Authority employees were surprised to learn that they would be included in this, and that their collective bargaining ability would be affected as well. So in this grand scheme of things of this proposal, employees from the lowest level to the highest level would become something other than state employees. The lowest paid ones, should they lose their bargaining rights, would get no benefit out of an authority, regardless of flexibility, because they would be restricted at best to a cost of living increase. So could you comment on, and I think someone said it best, hospital authority employees are authority employees until the legislature and the governor decide they're not authority employees. Could you, what happens to your employees when they become authority employees?
Well, I'll start from the first part of your commentary and go through as much of it as I can. First of all, as to the name, I thought I explained that, but going forward, were UW-Madison to have a different status, it would be UW-Madison, and all the other system institutions would keep the name they have, just as we would. None of us would be former anything. We would be what we are, and that's what every single campus wants. Secondly, you mentioned the duplication of services. For the primary administrative functions, Madison already has capacity in every single one. Would there potentially need to be some adding on the margins? Yes, but burdens would also be lifted from system. I don't believe that anyone can at this point demonstrate that the duplication of effort would be the major problem. Economies of scale, I think, as we all know, work best among like institutions of like size. That's not necessarily the case we have. As for employees and collective bargaining rights, if the university system remains a state agency, I think we know where the fate of collective bargaining rights may be headed. If UW-Madison were to be a public authority, it's not necessarily the case that collective bargaining rights wouldn't be possible after a certain period of time. I'd have to refer you to our legal team. This, again, raises questions about details that are not yet entirely clear, but the mere fact that public authority employees at the hospital were specified in this budget repair bill as no longer entitled to those collective bargaining rights does not, as I understand it from our legal team, mean that they're foreclosed in a public authority model for Madison. I think what our employees think about this is a really important matter for our employees to examine when they have more information. But I would say right now it's not at all evident to me that, let me change that. If we were in an ideal world, what structure, what set of HR policies would we choose? That's a really nice question, but we are in a world, as I said, where we have to deal with the hand that's been dealt us to some great extent. Being strategic, being forward-looking, and taking care of our students, our faculty, and our employees to the best of our ability in the face of what we face. I think a public authority model has a lot more opportunity, potentially, than remaining a state agency. I have been arguing, I know, since the December 2009 Regents meeting in Madison, honestly and candidly, that treating a major research university and other institutions in the system as if we were just another state agency will be our downfall. I've said it openly. I think, unlike most people, I think the people of the state of Wisconsin understand that argument, because it's not an argument about being better. It's an argument about being in a completely different market sector, having very different needs, very different circumstances, and needing for the good of the state to thrive. So that's my answer to that, what I think was a series of questions.
Thank you. Regent Davis.
I want to make a statement, and then I want to ask a question. I think if I close my eyes and listen to what you say, I could place any of our institutions in the argument, which is why I have a problem with what has transpired over the last couple of weeks. I don't believe that the divisiveness that has been experienced and sort of hinted at in your remarks is owned by this board. Inasmuch as we have been consistent and transparent in our wish to have the very same flexibilities that you so eloquently argue for, but for all of our campuses, all walking through the flexibilities door at the same time as an opportunity to effectively address significant budget cuts that we will all experience. To delay the remaining campuses will ensure that they will not have the very same tools that you so eloquently argue for and desire for UW-Madison. And I think that's the tragedy in the way that this is proceeding thus far. We don't need a lab, I believe. We need relief for all of our campuses. That's what I believe. So my question for you, Chancellor Martin, is why do you think this works to the benefit of our other institutions, or do you not care?
Well, Regent Davis, I think that I went into some detail in my presentation about how much I care. So let me say this. I respect your point of view on why you think that everyone should move forward together in sync in the same way at the same time. And that might be ideal, indeed. And as I said in my presentation, I have argued at every step for the importance of those flexibilities for the other campuses. Not the exact same flexibilities, because the chancellors would say, I'm quite confident, that not all the flexibilities that would benefit Madison or that Madison has the capacity to deal with would actually be relevant for their campuses. So the idea that we're all the same, interchangeable, and could all do the same thing is simply wrong.
And I'm not advocating, just to put that
Okay,
on the record.
all right.
That's not what
Well,
I'm
I think it's important to stipulate that there's a
We can
unique...
stipulate to that.
There is a unique... I'm going to stipulate to it.
We're stipulating a lot today.
Well, okay,
Chancellor.
forget stipulating. I can think of a better word. It's important to recognize, that's a much more Biddy Martin word, it's important to recognize that there are differences among our campuses and that a major research university is in a different market, it has different challenges, all the more so in 2011 as internationally countries have begun to invest in research universities for their economic and cultural well-being. We're in a different world now when it comes to research universities. So I really don't agree that we're all in the same position. I do agree that every single campus needs greater flexibility, greater budgetary authority, greater decision-making authority at the level at which we teach students, do outreach, and do research. That means eliminating red tape not only from the state, but the system and on our campuses. I do care about the other campuses. It is my job to put forward arguments that are good for the campus for which I have responsibility. It is the system's responsibility and prerogative to put forward proposals that will work for the entire system. I cannot account for why systems proposals have not gained traction. I can only tell you that we're in a reality where to forego an opportunity that does have traction seems to me to be a crying shame. And why will it help other campuses? Because there are plenty of people out there who don't believe that a university can actually take responsibility for itself, that it can operate effectively and efficiently with more control of its own destiny. I think that UW-Madison has the resources, the administrative capacity, the size, the administrative functional areas to show that that's not the case, that we can do it. And I think a first step that shows that, support from all of us, I'll be at the front of the line for the extension in the legislative session of flexibilities to the other campuses, is our best way forward, given reality, not necessarily in an ideal world, given the hand we've been dealt. Given the hand we've been dealt.
Regent Talbot.
I have a comment and a question for
Sure.
for Biddy. My comment is I don't think I'm going to leave this room with a clear position on the future of the UW system without further study with my colleagues. I think we do need to collaborate and study together. We need to support change and innovation. And whatever the circumstances that got us here, I applaud Chancellor Martin for her effectiveness and hope that effectiveness can continue with the success of the UW system as the #1 goal and our education mission as the #1 goal. I think as a board, we're obligated to do the job we were appointed to do, to lead, to support, to be flexible, to promote change. Biddy has opened up some possibilities for us. I wish to go through those doors in an objective and positive manner in order to find new and better ways to provide our services to 180,000 plus people who will shape our future. Let's not be patient. Let's use the opportunity that Biddy has helped us get, and let's strive to produce a new and better system. The question that I have, Biddy, is why can't you do everything you want to do as part of the system?
Regent Felber, that's a great question, and I am going to have to say once again, because a proposal on behalf of the entire system has not gained traction. And in the absence of any support, I don't believe that a proposal that simply gets introduced in the legislature is going to get us what we need. I will also say that given where we are now, I can't in all honesty say to my constituents at UW-Madison or our alumni that we will just throw in our lot with whatever might happen going forward. We don't have any assurance that by statute or in any other formal way, flexibilities that the system might achieve through another process would be delegated to us. We don't know exactly what structure would be anticipated if there were changes and innovations in the system that could give us all more flexibility. I think it would be irresponsible simply to say everything could happen in just the way we've all wanted if we simply went forward and hoped for the best in some subsequent debates. If there is a very strong proposal that seems as though it would grant Madison the same things we would otherwise get in a structure that coordinates us all, maybe not quite the way it does now, but in a way that seems good for everyone, then we would certainly seriously work on such a proposal, with such a proposal, and respond to it in good faith.
Thank you. Regent Crane.
I have appreciated Biddy Martin's leadership for some time, and have been proud of it. I want to be self-indulgent enough to say that with others around the table, many others around the table, I am a graduate. I am one of the alums. All my sons, my husband, my brothers. There is a deep relationship. I have felt that this discussion today was absolutely critically important because this did come to us in a way that has not brought this to the table until this point. And one of the things that I feel very, very strongly about is that this does need public discussion across the state and in the same kind of thoughtful way that Regent Falvo has indicated. I also want to say that I also appreciate the leadership of the system in discussing these in a more general sense or in a different sense over some time. And I feel that this board has been strongly supportive of the kind of flexibility that I believe that we need. I too then tack a question at the end, and that is, and it's built off of, in many ways, those that have already been asked. Is there any other model that you know that if it were on the table, you surely must have thought about a number of various models. Are there others They do not mean separation from the system. I believe that the University of Wisconsin system is a strong asset in this state, and I'm old enough to remember when it came about.
Thank you, Regent Crane, and thank you for your non-self-indulgent reminder of your attachment to UW-Madison. You know, the system, the model that we spent most time exploring was actually the University of Virginia, or the state of Virginia, and that's my home state. I know a fair amount about it. And, you know, a model of that sort where different public universities have different degrees of autonomy and flexibility according to their missions, their mix of revenue sources, and their capacities is, in my mind, an interesting and potentially compelling model. There is a coordinating board for the state of Virginia. It's not a governing board in the same sense. Each separate university has its own governing board. I think it would be hard to argue that the University of Virginia or William & Mary, where I got my degree, or Virginia Tech or Virginia Commonwealth University suffer by virtue of the fact that they don't have a superstructure of the sort we have. I think there are a lot of different possibilities, and I think we can still shape some things that will be beneficial to the entire state by virtue of some innovation. I think that two things have to be satisfied. One is innovations that make sense to us, but also on a pragmatic level, proposals in a very urgent circumstance right now that can gain traction. So I'm a person who's focused on reality. I'm not a utopian, and well, maybe I am, but I'm very focused on reality, and I really think this is where we are. And the question is, given the hand we've been dealt, how do we go forward in a way that's beneficial to the state and to higher education without foregoing opportunities that might really lead to enormously helpful ways of dealing with what we face. I mean, I think on the campuses, there's just a very strong feeling that we don't have the luxury of assuming that we've got an ideal world in which to choose one structure or the other. That's how I would put it. But yes, there are models that I think could work well.
Regent Smith, and then Regent Drew.
Good morning, Biddy. I'm over.
Oh, hi. Hi, I'm sorry, Brent.
That's all right. I got the whole Smith family graduated from UW-Madison, so I'm with along with you. One quick question and then a longer question. There's a reference to a final draft of a bill from LRB. Is there a final draft?
What we were told is we would not see the final version.
Is there a final draft?
Until it is made public.
Excuse me, Paul, there is a draft report that you have, and I asked Paul for it, and I think you were going to get it for us.
No, we
No.
can't give it to you.
You can't give us?
No.
Why can't we?
Why couldn't you give it to
We
us?
were instructed that the ownership of that is the legislative board and the governor, and they're going to release it at some point, but that's under their control.
Who told you that?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I should have announced that. We're webcasting, so if you could get to the microphone, Paul.
Our legal staff could give you the exact specifics, but we're not allowed to release material that we don't know.
But you've read it.
We've read it.
Okay. Let me.
Regent Smith.
Can I follow up with a question that's kind of follow up on what I think Regent Bellow was trying to get in, and Regent Crane. I've been looking at the letter that went to Governor Walker on February 15th from President Pruitt, Vice President Spector, and President Riley, where the statement is made, I'm sure you said it, that it's not necessary to spin the UW-Madison campus off from the system as a whole for it to have all the flexibility it wants and needs. You comment on that now. But you said, well, if there is some other proposal out there. Well, of course, there was a proposal attached to that letter, and it applied to all of our campuses. Specific
suggestions on what statutes that have to be amended, what would have to be changed. Let's say for a minute that that is introduced as an amendment to the budget. The idea is that President Riley and President Pruitt and Vice President Spector have put forward. Would you support that as an alternative to the public authority model that we've been talking about today?
Brent, which document are you
This is
referring to?
the February 15th letter to Governor Walker from Chuck, Mike, and Kevin, which said, we talked about it, I think, at the
Right.
last meeting.
Right.
We had, and when suggested a number of statutory changes that would give more flexibility to all of our campuses.
Would I support that?
Would you support that as over the authority, the public authority?
Not at the expense of the public authority model that's in the governor's budget. Not at the expense of it.
Okay. Tell me why not.
Oh.
This would be for all the campuses, and it would be flexibility that we've all talked about, you've talked about very well the last couple of years.
Right.
Why wouldn't that be a model that would help the entire system, including UW-Madison, and solve a lot of the issues
Right.
that we all have?
Let me repeat what I said earlier in my presentation, which I know was too long, and therefore nobody's going to remember anything I said. But what I had said is that an alternative proposal has to have a very strong chance of succeeding, and it has to introduce in statute the delegation of those flexibilities to the campuses. And I think that that proposal is a good one. I helped to work on it.
Right.
In fact, I was one of the most insistent chancellors about the fact that we didn't have a strong enough proposal, and we didn't have one that actually benefited the campuses, which is where our people are. And I think that proposal is much stronger than the one that was initially forwarded to the governor, but it still needs work, and there's not enough innovation in it yet, I think, to satisfy some of the questions that we've been raising. Can we work on an alternative that we might all think is excellent? And if we get to the point where that alternative actually has a realistic prospect, then I think it's important to discuss it. And yes, I'd be open to discussing it. But we are a long way from either of those things.
Regent Tripp.
First of all, Biddy, I want to congratulate all the UW-Madison students, teaching assistants, and other employees who have participated in this unprecedented outpouring of participatory democracy that we've seen in the last 11 days at the Capitol. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the chancellors who have spoken out on behalf of their employees and the impact that the budget repair bill would have on them, and certainly the fundamental assault on collective bargaining rights that people in the state hold so dear. Biddy, there's not too many people that go by one name, okay? There's like Kobe, LeBron, Shaq, and I think it's a tribute to the inspirational leadership that you provide to this campus. So it kind of pains me that on this issue, I may be more aligned with Steve Nass, and you're more aligned with Scott Walker. But these are interesting times that we live in. And I guess the thrust of what I wanted to explore with you is UW-Madison has always been the place where the best and brightest Wisconsin students could go to a world-class university regardless of their means. My fear is, and I'd really like to hear your thoughts on it, is that this moves Madison, or this potentially moves Madison towards becoming a higher tuition model that would exclude, those very students who have, been able to attend Madison in the past from middle class and working families. And I think it would then put strain on the other campuses in terms of handling those students who could, then afford to go to those schools. And then you'd have people dropping out at the bottom, which kind of goes against the whole goal of increasing the number of people with four-year degrees in this state. So my question would be, how do you answer, that question that, Madison then, becomes a place that is not accessible to Wisconsin students at a, kind of a predictable tuition level?
Thank you, Regent Drew. I think after all of this, I may refer to myself as Shaq. The question you ask is a really, really, really important one. I'm going to answer it in 3 ways. First, a number of people have said, isn't this just an inevitable first step toward privatization or private university tuition rates? I will repeat my argument. I mean, I will not repeat my argument about the assumption of inevitability in world affairs. I don't believe in inevitability. I believe in making things happen in the way that is guided by principles and values and intentions, and that's what we would do. Affordability is a huge issue. It's already a huge issue. I would give the same answer I gave to you all and that you endorsed when I was recommending the Madison Initiative for undergraduates, which is that we have an incredible balance that we have to strike between access and affordability and quality. Once we lose the quality of UW-Madison, accessibility will be a different issue altogether, because people will be, the best and brightest will be wanting to go to a university in another state. So we have to balance those things, and that's really hard. How do you stay a world-class institution and remain affordable? I have said since I came here, and I haven't diverged from this view, that Madison has room to move on tuition, just to get to the rates that our public peers charge. And I think there are other campuses in this system that also have room to move relative to their markets. And I know that some of the chancellors would make that case. But I'm in favor of increasing tuition only under the following conditions. 1, we hold harmless students with need from families making $80,000 or less from the increase, and that we continue providing more need-based financial aid. There are actually 3 things. And thirdly, that we do a lot better job of informing families, not only in Wisconsin, but all over the United States, about the difference between a sticker price and the actual cost of educating a student at UW-Madison or any other campus. You all heard a great presentation on that at the last Regents meeting, and I think I'm aware that speaker is. That is, we have to ensure that students from lower economic backgrounds can afford UW-Madison. The real squeeze, I think, right now is not the lowest income groups, it's the middle income groups. And what we have to do is increase the available financial aid so that we can go higher with our hold harmless provisions and with our need-based aid. So our commitment is to remain accessible, remain affordable, but remain world-class, because you can't have the one without the other and have UW-Madison. That's my honest answer. Now, I would like to add something. There's been a lot of word in the press that arose from a memo from January 7th that was leaked to the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel about what tuition UW-Madison would charge if it could charge anything it wanted. And some people have misread the memo or misquoted it and said, oh, we'd raise it 26%. That memo says in black and white, we would find such an increase unacceptable for our students and families. That was a number that we gave to them in response to a hypothetical question. What would it take to offset 75% of a $50 million budget cut with tuition? And our answer was, we tried to figure it out, and that's what we came up with. Then we said we could imagine trying to deal with a major cut with a variety of different measures, of which one might be 10%, something more like a 10% than like a 26% tuition increase. Now, people have said they're outraged by that idea. I would like to point out that the tuition increase for UW-Madison students for this past biennium was over 9% each year, because the base tuition increase for system is 5.5, and then you add the differential on top of it, which the Regents approved, and you get up to around 9%. And for the other campuses with differential tuition, you start at 5.5, and you get up significantly higher. So when people say, well, the regular increases have been 5.5, and now Madison mentioned 10%, that's so misleading. Furthermore, in the discussions with System about the public authority model they were floating, the number that was mentioned for a base tuition increase for System, just in the short term, to deal with these really deep cuts, not over the long haul, was a possible 9.5% increase of the base. That would mean a 13% plus increase for Madison, not a 10% increase. Our 10% includes differential tuition. So now, I'm simply saying no one has decided anything about tuition, but the notion that people are outraged because we mentioned a number of 10%, when the past 2 years we've raised tuition for UW-Madison students over 9%, floors me. We didn't agree to any tuition amounts. I've not seen a single document coming from anyone at the state that has any tuition cap or any tuition suggestion in it. The system hasn't recommended a tuition increase because we don't know what the cut's going to be. But I think it's very important that people keep an open mind about the challenge of quality and affordability and how to approach that tension in creative ways if you want the quality of our institutions. That's a long answer, and I apologize.
Biddy, you might want to just correct something there.
Sure.
The memo, the 26% tuition increase is a biennial number.
Yes.
The 10% is an annual number in your memo.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. So it would have been 13 versus 10.
Right.
Yeah.
Or 20 versus
Right.
26.
Yeah, that's
Thank
right. That's right. Thank you, Tom.
Regent Walsh.
I have a question. There's been a comment that the system asked for statutory authority for the system. Could you just give me the chronology?
Sure. We met on, the president of the board and Catherine Lyle and I met actually with members of the transition team on December 6th. This was before the governor was in office. And we were looking for ways to get the flexibilities we've been advocating for many, many years. And the idea of a public authority was one that we thought might be worth talking about. And given, as Biddy said, the history of the hospital authority in the state, there was kind of a homegrown predecessor for that kind of an idea. So we met on December 6th with the transition team. They expressed some level of interest in that and in flexibilities in general. And then we met on January 7th with the DOA secretary and some of his folks, some folks from the governor's office, to talk a little more about that. And they said they'd get back to us on that. And this was, again, a continuation. And let me say, there's no real proposal from System for Public Authority. It was a conversation about an idea. And if we had gotten an indication back from the new administration that, yeah, let's talk about that for the whole system, we would have pursued that and then worked with the chancellors to come up with a proposal. But that didn't happen. That meeting on January 7th was the last one we had. They never got back to us after that.
I just have a couple questions. One's administrative. It's not terribly important how we got here. Biddy, you and I have had a number of talks about this. We're here. Maybe looking back, we wouldn't have done it this way. It'd be real nice if you'd give us the legislative reference bureau report, because that's why we're here. It'd be nice to have it before Tuesday, and maybe you could request again to give it to us, just so we can read it and find out where we're going. And we're here to talk about where we're going. But I have I'm from a different school of thought. I remember back in the 70s, my father was one of the lead lobbyists against the merger. I certainly didn't do much. I was in the Navy. I didn't like it, and yet, looking back and reading Cronin's book, there really were some problems that were solved by it. And it's hard to say we haven't flourished, all of us, especially the University of Wisconsin-Madison, a school I love. As you say, we're one of 3 in the top 20 of the most productive faculties. But that doesn't mean you don't make changes. And I look at this as, okay, I'm not terribly happy how we got here, how we got a document in front of us. it'd been nice to have more input or have known about it, but we didn't, and we got it. So, as you say, you got to deal with the hand you're dealt. And so my question to you is, and it's a kind of a step-through question, because I think it's important to UW-Madison. To me, this is like shaking hands. You've shook hands with the governor, and this is going to be the proposal. It's a little bit like a merger. Two companies shake hands. Now, that's an area I know something about, and what happens is, as you go down the due diligence and as you go through the legislative process and as you uncover things and as they ask questions and new constituent groups come forward, you inevitably change things. You lower the price, you change some of the provisions of the statutory authority. And so my question to you is, this is a test. This isn't a criticism. This isn't, I'm not telling you I've passed judgment on this, but at some point in this deal, you're going to say, this isn't good for Madison. And I'd like to ask you where those provisions are. And all we have is it's just pretty general. We don't have access to the real nitty-gritty. And I'd like you to focus on the one that actually is a simple sentence. The Board of Trustees will set the tuition. And my question for you isn't why, or I'd love to do that in my business, set the rates, although you're going to look at me and say you do, but...
yeah, you do.
Yeah.
And contracts for football.
Is this a deal breaker for UW-Madison if the legislature says no? That's just a question for you.
Yeah.
Does that change your attitude about this?
Well, if a legislator supported public authority status for Madison, but said that the legislature was going to decide about the key areas of our operations, then I would oppose that, obviously, because that wouldn't be a public authority.
Okay.
Right? I mean, if the legislature decided, and that would be something new, even for the system, if the legislature said it was going to decide what the rate of tuition increase could be, would be, will be, that's something we'd all oppose.
But, Biddy, isn't that where we are today? I mean, the simple reality is the governor and the legislature decides what our tuition will be.
Well, that's been true in the past, as I've noticed since I came here. And I don't think our students and our employees and our parents understand that tuition, at least since I've been here, has been a backed-into number based on what the governor's cut has been, and that the governor and the system president have... Well...
No, not all. I mean, we've made recommendations after the budget that the legislature has said no to.
Right.
All I'm getting at is right now we operate under a very difficult system. And I was hoping you'd say, this is why we need change.
Well, this is
This isn't working.
Right.
And so I'm saying to you, if this new statutory authority, they don't let you set the tuition, that changes the deal, doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you what happens. It does, and we'd have to figure out how to deal with that. But if they decide that they're going to control tuition for UW-Madison as a public authority, they're going to control tuition for everyone else.
That's right.
Okay? So I don't know. Are we in a worse situation or a better one? Here's what I have maintained all along, David.
Let me ask the question, Scott. Let me just quickly, because they're going to want to... The question really is, I'm not arguing with you about this.
Okay.
I'm just saying that this is going to be a problem going forward that has to be resolved.
Right.
Because we just got a letter today about that.
Right.
But my question is, are there any other provisions in this summary that would be a deal breaker? If the legislature said, okay, we're going to do 75% of it. I'm looking for a solution, not criticize.
Okay, that's a really perfect question. I'm sorry if I interrupted.
No, I was trying to make it
I get
quicker.
excited. Especially when talking with you.
We all do, Jim.
Yeah, I know.
We all do.
It's a problem to have.
She knows my kids.
David, what was your question?
Are there any other provisions? It seems to me it's all about money. The tuition's an easy one. Are there other provisions in this that are deal breakers?
Yes. Here's how I want to answer that. From the very outset, when we were told that the governor was interested in a different status for Madison of some sort, we said immediately, there are deal breakers for us in anything that gets proposed. And the ones that we were most focused on was Chapter 36, guaranteeing shared governance rights and tenure and all the things that make us who we are. Are there other deal breakers? What you're going to see if this bill looks the way we've seen it to be in what we've been able to read, it's going to be a real partnership, like the Badger Partnership. It's not going to be all the things that either System wanted out of a public authority model or that Madison wanted out of a public authority model. It's not going to be all those things. But in what we've seen to date from the governor, it is an extraordinary opportunity, in my view. And it maps onto the principles that our working group, which represented shared governance and labor, articulated for us. And we have a document that maps those principles and values onto provisions that we believe will be in the bill. So when it comes to numbers, however, I can't tell you. And are there things that could happen in the legislative session that would make us want to oppose it? Yeah, of course there are. And that can happen with System and does, as you know, recommendations every biennium. And we will have to be vigilant and work really hard.
So,
and there are risks. I just want to say one last thing, a sort of summary statement. Are there any risks at all in going this way for UW-Madison? I mean, you all have talked the last week or so about potential risks to other campuses, and in response to Regent Davis, I have said, and I'll say again, I care about those, and I want to listen more to what's said about them. Are there risks to UW-Madison? Yes. But I believe the biggest risk to UW-Madison is a 15% cut, a tuition cap, and no new tools. I don't know how you deal with that without being devastated. I don't know how you deal with that without being devastated.
So it's the shared governance, tenure, and tuition are big items.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be aware of this so that as we move forward.
Absolutely.
Well, and the other thing
Complete deal breakers.
I think the other thing that I've mentioned to you in the past is that one of my concerns about a statutory authority is that on the one hand, you balkanize the state and you compete for dollars, and if you don't get the deal breakers, it's not going to be worth it. And the final thing is, what always troubles me about this, and this isn't a criticism of the legislature, certainly not the governor, but in my world, you'd never make an agreement with someone who can't promise to abide by it. And it's the legislative risk. And that means things change. And so that's kind of the area I need to be persuaded why for Madison they take that risk. And we'll hear that and we'll get to it, and I appreciate your
I think that the possibility that they'll take that risk has to do with how hard the governor fights for what he has decided is a meritorious argument.
Yeah. And the next governor and the next legislature.
Yes. But the hospital authority hasn't been attacked by different political parties being in office. And I'm not cynical about the prospect that a future governor would simply undo everything.
Well, I got to say this, since you and I serve on the board, and I'm the chairman of the hospital authority board, with all due respect, it isn't a good example because we don't get any money from the state, nor is WIDA. I mean, a statutory authority or public authority is just a legal word.
That's right.
It means nothing until you look at the deal.
That's right.
And the hospital authority gets nothing from the state. No wonder they don't interfere.
Well, okay. They get a little something. And they probably don't interfere because you're head of the board. But I would say that,
All right.
I would say, David, that I will say this. We have extraordinarily talented people who've worked really, really hard. And we have tried to be judicious, cautious, and not make any commitment. And that's final, because we don't know everything. We think this is a great opportunity, and we think it's much, much less risky and has much greater upside potential than what's coming at us. And that I can leave it at that.
Regent Vasquez and then Regent Wingate. Regent Wingate.
Sure. Well, Betty, I just want to say that I respect you so much as a leader of Madison and as an individual. You've been a mentor to me, or somebody I can come to when I have a problem, and I can only hope to someday speak with the same eloquence and have the same effectiveness with people. And it sincerely pains me how things progress, but one area I deeply care about is shared governance on campus. And I guess I would like to know a little bit more how you've engaged with student leaders and your student constituency on this issue, and how they were part of the development of this split from the rest of the system, and their reactions in your perspective.
Thank you, Aaron, for those compliments, and I say right back at you. I think I've rarely met a young man as impressive as you are, and you will be not only everything you described in me, but more. There's no question. Let me explain. The ASM, as a shared governance group, was part of the working group that started in early January to articulate principles that it considered important in guiding me and the other administrators as we discussed things and did our research. And one of the most important items, as you can imagine, not only for the working group, for the shared governance groups, but for us, is shared governance and tenure. Faculty rights, staff rights, student rights. And so there was never any question that we would even continue thinking about this, given our skepticism about other aspects of it, if those things couldn't be guaranteed. No one ever had a problem with them. No one ever questioned them. Nobody ever said, oh, we don't really know whether we like tenure or shared governance. Not a word. In fact, the governor and the governor's staff have consistently said the reason for doing this is because Madison has a proposal that's been fleshed out and presented. It has the capacity to handle greater autonomy, and it is the end. It would mean a change in the level of micromanagement of the university. So there really hasn't been anything where they've said, we'd like to reach in here and determine how universities operate. Nothing. Nothing.
So that's focusing maybe on shared governance going forward.
Yes.
How about the shared governance process so far, and then being a part of the development of especially the split from the system? You know, how have students interacted in kind of that decision, and
right.
what has been their reaction?
Students, no shared governance group has been involved in discussions of a split from system, because as I said to you earlier, we in the administration haven't been involved in those discussions. And students, staff, and faculty have each had differing amounts of information about what could occur, and certainly knew that the governor was considering something bold and a separate status for Madison, because we informed them of that. We didn't give details because the details were really literally information up until a few days ago. And so what I would say about students going forward is they'll play a big role, but I don't think students would say they're yet in a position to take a definitive position on everything that's in the bill because they haven't seen it. And as you know, our students are nothing if not sophisticated, thoughtful, and appropriately cautious.
Regent Vasquez.
Yeah.
Regent Vasquez.
Biddy, I want to start by mentioning that you're exactly the type of chancellor that we need in every campus. And as I look at our group of chancellors over there, I'm very pleased, at least as one regent, to say that you're not the only one, that they are all like you. And I think that that's what makes, from my perspective, the system, the University of Wisconsin system, a very strong system, and that is that we have very, very strong chancellors that are, first and foremost, advocating for their campus, and that are clearly focused in getting the most that they can for their campus. But I also feel that that's precisely, since we are responsible for the higher education, public higher education for the state of Wisconsin, that we precisely need a system governing board, because if we did not have that, each and every campus would be, in a sense, a private entrepreneurship venture that, rightly so, would be focused on its self-interest. And so it's a compliment, but it's also an argument precisely for why we need a strong, also, central administration as well as a strong governing board. But let me also make a little more comments, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and I'll leave it to you whether you will view it as a rhetorical question and simply not answer, or answer it another way. The additional comment that I want to make is that a little bit of friendly advice. I want to congratulate you. I think that this, and I apologize to the chancellors that are going to speak later, but this train has left the station. And we can sit here and talk about whether it was January 7th, whether it's next Tuesday, whenever. The train has left the station, and I think that it's our best interest to congratulate you, to wish Madison the best, and continue to focus on becoming and staying strong, and even become stronger. And I genuinely mean that. But I think that at this point, what I have learned in the recent days and weeks is that we have a new era here. And the new era is simply one of when public government at the state level puts something out in front of us. It is not what I was used to working with many elected officials, which was the starting point of discussion and negotiation. That the new era is when it is put out in front of us, it is done. It is no longer a matter of, this is the starting point of debate and discussion and compromise. So for me, I think what we're going to talk about today is very important, but I think at some point we really need, as Regents, to focus more on, as you've been using the word, the hand that we've been dealt with, and how do we as Regents continue to make the system that we are still going to be left with to govern as strong as we possibly can. On a light side, I'd like to give you a little friendly advice from my 30 years and plus of working with elected officials, and David Walsh was also kind of alluding to some of this. My experience with elected officials at all levels, and I've worked with them at city all the way up to federal, is that the minute that they put $1, and it can be as little as $1 public money into your coffers, they feel entitled, and we could debate whether it's right or wrong, that they now have the right to go in and dictate. And I think that's going to continue. That's not going to change. And so my caution to you is simply be aware that just because you're giving a public authority status and you are told we're going to give you a pot of money and we're going to keep our hands off, I think that goes very, very contrary to the genetic genes of being an elected official. It's just not going to happen. The second one that I can give you among all the lessons that I've learned is elected officials, rightly so, want to be reelected in some cases, or even more important, want to do the best that they can for their constituents. And let me give you a little hypothetical. When that first call comes in and says, Senator so-and-so, I live in your district, I vote in your district, and my Susie didn't get into Madison, I don't think the response is going to be, you know, we gave Madison public authority, I'm very sorry, but there's nothing I can do about it. Go talk to Biddy Martin. But on the other hand, would you like a Wisconsin map? I think what that elected official is going to say is, I'm going to get on it. I'm going to go find out why Susie didn't get into that campus. So my second caution, Biddy, is simply be prepared and anticipate those calls that will be coming, regardless of what this governor or any other governor promises you. because I agree 100% with Dave Walsh. No governor can make a promise for the legislative body and expect them to live through it. I think that our focus as regents is we need to hear the chancellors, and our focus should be on how are we going to continue to have a very strong system, because I think that, as I said before, this train has left the station. Let's accept it. Let's deal with this hand that we have been dealt with, and let's make Madison strong and wish it to be strong, and let's continue focusing on making the rest of the system strong.
Thank you, Regent Vasquez. Let me just say, unless, Chancellor, would you like
If
to
I
respond?
could just respond to one of your points, because I think it's important to reassure you all and my community. We're not so naive as to think that, calls won't continue to come, that measures won't be taken that are difficult. I spent 20-some years at a private university and got calls from legislators in the state of New York all the time at a private university about students from their districts who didn't get in. So those calls come, whether you're a public university, a private university, a public authority. I totally agree with you, and I know you're right. The governor didn't promise anything. I'm saying that in the back and forth at lower levels of language, there was never a problem with our asserting what's unique to a university and what has to be protected. No one made any promise that this was definitely going to get through, because they can't. Nobody promised that the legislature won't have its own ideas about what to do. There were no promises. There was no deal cut. This was a question of figuring out as we went what might be possible, looking at it, and trying to come to terms with something that seemed like far less risk than what we confront otherwise.
Thank you. And I would just like to respond, if I might, for a moment, Regent Vasquez. Kind of ironic that we're talking about trains leaving the station at this moment. If it's left the station, it's the only train that's left the station. High speed or otherwise. I would just suggest to you that I believe, and I think Chancellor Martin would agree, and certainly has indicated that this is the beginning of the process. And I think we are a long way from the conclusion. We're a long way from the conclusion in terms of the decision on the proposal providing Madison with a separate public authority, and I think we're a long way from the day that there's been a decision to separate Madison from the system. I mean, I think all those things are part of lots of, further conversations. So I would just at least like to suggest that to be the case.
I'd like to correct the interpretation you have of what I said. I wasn't talking about Governor Walker or this legislature. I was saying by law, if you can't make an agreement with people who can't abide by it, because by law they can't, they have the right to change it, circumstances change. That's the danger of creating a balkanization and then not getting the benefit of the bargain. This isn't a criticism of the governor or the legislature. It is the law. They can't abide by it.
I also just wanted, if I could, to note it's 11:45, and I want to be sure that everybody has had the opportunity to ask questions and whatever. But I guess I'd like to suggest that we might have just a couple more questions, because we have other folks to hear. And as we've said at the beginning, as becoming clear, this is the first of what we assume to be many conversations, and we appreciate everybody staying with us. But let me go to Regent Bradley, and then I'll come back to Regent Falbo. I know.
Good, thank you. Biddy, when I was an undergraduate here, I had to do some research, and it involved on the history of the university, so I was deep into the Cronin book, and I just ended up buying it, but at that time it was a 3-volume set. And then when I got on the Board of Regents 8 years ago, the then provost and I were talking about that of the Madison campus, and he graciously got me volume 4. And I have those 4 volumes in my office, right next to my Bucky Badger. But if you look at the history of higher education in Wisconsin, it seems every governor since Republican Governor Goodland has concluded that some coordination for the state is going to be best for them. And when I say for them, I believe that we in higher education keep talking about what would be the best arrangement so we can do the teaching, the research, and the public service. But in my view, people who are elected as legislators, just they see things a little differently. And historically, I think what we end up getting in terms of policy, an administrative structure, for example, is more of a system that is going to prevent things occurring that legislators don't like. So they go for a system that is going to reduce conflict over resources, that is going to promote credit transfer. It's going to promote informally controls over tuition. So we've got this idea, which I think is a brilliant idea. Personally, I think it's the way to deal with the hand we've been dealt is for public authority status for all of the campuses. So my question is, since these legislators today, if they are going to act like legislators have historically, are going to be looking for the prevention of the things that they don't like occurring.
Right.
And none of those legislators have had an opportunity to hear from you about this idea, from any of the other chancellors, any of the deans. And all of the chancellors and all of the deans are in these 25 communities from which these legislators come. So my question is this: would you oppose an effort to remove the public authority question from the budget bill, to have it debated around the state and examined and formulated as a separate piece of legislation?
Would I oppose removing it from the bill? Yes, I would. And the reason is because what we've seen accords with what we've argued for over a year. We never anticipated a separate board. There are obvious benefits to having a separate board for research university. It's not necessarily key, but it has benefits that I can talk about if that's how it comes out. The reason I'd be opposed to having it withdrawn and then having discussion is that I think, at least from my point of view, with my 40 presentations around the state and my, over a dozen media appearances all over the state, I've talked about these issues for over a year, and so have many of you, and so has President Riley. And I really feel strongly what I said earlier, and that is to take this out and leave us with no recourse for this biennium other than a cut, a possible tuition cap, and no flexibility will be devastating to UW-Madison and to the other campuses. I believe that. This is the one chance we have to get out there, extend the benefits to other campuses, but have something in the legislature that could matter and that could help others. And to say, no, we're going to wait and talk about it for a year, you have to be on the campus maybe to see what it feels like to people. You maybe have to be the chancellor of an institution to know what a 15% cut, a cap on tuition increases, and no flexibility is going to mean. I can only tell you from my point of view what it means. And for a great institution like Madison and for the other great institutions in the state, it will be a devastation. I think the situation is urgent. I've been trying to say that for months. I've spoken up in chancellors' meetings with system admin. I've spoken up in Regents' meetings. I've said that I thought we needed a different approach. I could not possibly, in good faith, turn to UW-Madison students, faculty, staff, and alumni and say, I'm going to pull this, I'm going to support getting it out of the bill so we can discuss things for a year. I think it would be irresponsible of me.
I just wanted to make a further comment on something you said regarding the process. We are not in any way, shape, or form done with this. The hand we were dealt, I don't accept if we can't see the cards. And the governor doesn't always get what he wants. I'm sure nobody here will tell him I said that. And
We are being video streamed all across the state of Wisconsin.
We still have a big role in the final outcome in the legislative process. And the one thing I think I know for sure is that the final outcome won't be the proposal that we're not even allowed to read yet. It'll be something different.
Chuck, could I add one thing?
Absolutely. Regent Spector.
I agree very much with what Mike just said. I think this is a watershed time for this discussion. I commend Biddy for the arguments she's made. I agree with many of them. I don't agree with some others. But I think more importantly, going forward, we're going to see I hope, the public policy process at its best here. And we're just starting it. And I commend you and Kevin for having this meeting, for getting Biddy to put her thoughts together exactly the way she did, and we hear it, and I think we'll just benefit now going forward to come up with the best possible solution we can.
Thank you, Mike, and Mike is always best at benedictions, so I would like to suggest that potentially that might be one, and we would end this. Thank you, Chancellor Martin. Thank you, Regents. Appreciate it. Thank you. We are also pleased to have with us representatives from several UW-Madison governance groups, and we really do appreciate you being here. And I think our plan was to have potentially each of you speak for whatever period of time you would like to, and then the Regents will have a chance to ask any one of these distinguished folks questions going forward. First up, we have Judith Burston, representing the UW-Madison Faculty Senate. Dr. Burston, a faculty member since 1990, is chair of the University Committee at UW-Madison. She is a professor of chemistry and pharmacology and is also the current chair of the Inorganic Division in the Department of Chemistry. I just wish sometimes we'd have somebody where I took one course in their department. But Dr. Burston, thank you for being here, and welcome to the Board of Regents.
Thank you very much. President Riley and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to provide a perspective regarding the question of whether UW-Madison should be separated from the rest of the UW institutions. My name is Judith Burston. I am a professor of chemistry. I'm no longer chair of the Inorganic Division, and chair of the elected executive committee of the UW-Madison Faculty Senate. On the Madison campus, we are known as the University Committee, or the UC, and the following statement is made on behalf of the UC and not on behalf of the faculty. The UC has not yet had the opportunity to engage the faculty of our institution in a broad discussion regarding the possibility of separation. However, over the last months, as the specific details of the New Badger partnership have been slowly revealed, the University Committee has made concerted efforts to follow the direction of this initiative to probe its potential implications for UW-Madison and its faculty. We provided leadership by drafting a set of principles to guide negotiations with the state government concerning flexibilities for UW-Madison. Our Faculty Senate and other, but not all, campus groups formally adopted those principles. They included elements that are critical to our stature as a preeminent research university, among them preservation of shared governance, academic freedom, and tenure. We believe that these are included in the draft legislation. UW-Madison's robust governance structures have been and continue to be foundations of UW-Madison's greatness. They do so because they engage thoughtful people in shaping the institution and respect everyone's rights to representation. The University Committee believes that all of these essential elements of our structure must be maintained as we move forward. The University Committee supports greater flexibility for the University of Wisconsin-Madison and has communicated this position to the faculty, the Chancellor, and the campus community. For our institution to survive the projected significant decreases in state funding without compromising our core missions of teaching, research, and public service, flexibilities in procurement, capital projects, personnel, and tuition are essential. The University Committee learned from the Chancellor in early January that public authority status for UW-Madison was on the table. We also learned that the Chancellor's legal staff were in the process of drafting statutory language for the governor that would be included in the budget bill to create a public authority separate and distinct from UW's system. The University Committee asked to review the language being prepared for the Legislative Reference Bureau because we had great concern about whether governance, employee rights, and tenure would be preserved in the statutory separation. Some of us participated with the Chancellor's legal staff in reviewing and then developing draft statutory language. We were told that confidentiality was crucial at this stage, and we therefore maintained it. The UC is optimistic that the proposed new structure would be beneficial for UW-Madison. However, we have not had the opportunity to understand what the implications are for the other campuses in the system. We hope that governance groups on our campus and throughout the system will engage in discussions to address this important question. The University Committee is aware that the legislative process ultimately will decide which elements of the proposed statute will survive. Significantly, governance, tenure, tuition flexibility, procurement flexibility, capital projects flexibility, personnel flexibility, and a range of other critical issues are essential for the goals of the New Badger Partnership to be attained and for the UW-Madison to remain a great university. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think what we're going to do, Dr. Burston, is have the academic staff and students also sort of share their comments, and then the Regents will be able to ask any of our three folks to respond to questions. Is that reasonable? Our next speaker is Heather Daniels, who I saw this morning when I had the great opportunity to talk to the UW academic staff. She is representing the UW-Madison academic staff. Ms. Daniels is chair of the Academic Staff Executive Committee at UW-Madison. She is a senior administrative program specialist in the research division of the Graduate School. Ms. Daniels, thank you for being with us and welcome.
Thank you very much. President Riley and the Board of Regents, thank you very much for inviting me to speak on behalf of UW-Madison academic staff today. I am chair of the Academic Staff Executive Committee at UW-Madison, representing shared governance for more than 7,500 academic staff. This is the largest permanent employee group on campus. As soon as I found out that I would be speaking today on the proposed separation, I sent a message out to our academic staff assembly representatives, asking for their thoughts as well as those in their districts. As you might imagine, opinions were mixed, from go full steam ahead, I'd recommend you proceed with caution, there's no way we should do this, to I don't know enough to decide. One thing that was prevalent through all these messages was passion for UW-Madison and a lot of interest in this issue. In sheer numbers, I've received more emails about this than I have about the budget repair bill or unit clarification.
Whoa.
One of those
that's a lot of emails.
One of those emails drew my attention back to the 2009 UW-Madison reaccreditation report. It is good to remind ourselves what others outside UW-Madison have said about our campus structure. In the report from the Higher Learning Commission, there is a section titled, "The organization's governance and administrative structures promote effective leadership and support collaborative processes that enable the organization to fulfill its mission." In this section, the evaluation team writes, "However, there are aspects of the institution's governance and administrative structure and its regulatory context which cause continuing tensions and contradictory forces to impact the institution. These circumstances appear today to be much as described in the accreditation team report of 10 years ago. Interestingly, what appears to have changed is the institution's ability and determination to work with some of the restrictions with more success and less apparent friction among the entities involved. Still, because of state regulation and system processes, UW-Madison lacks many fundamental operating options that peer and competitor institutions typically enjoy. There's been a lot of information to internalize and sort through these last few days. Decisions of this magnitude shouldn't be made in a matter of days, so I'm not ready, nor are the academic staff as a whole, ready to give a yes or no on this proposal. The decision about whether this would be a positive change for UW-Madison and UW system relies on weighing the benefits and risks. What I will do during my time to speak with you is share the information that academic staff have been sharing with me. First, let's start with risks. Many responses I received mention concerns about the current political climate. As you know, we are not in control of the legislative process that such a bill would have to go through. While we do have influence, the final product is ultimately not one that we directly choose. There are many who express reservations based on a concern for the socioeconomic diversity of the student body. It is unrealistic to imagine a scenario where tuition would not continue to rise regardless of whether Madison is separate or remains part of the UW system. However, there is a fear that it will rise faster if Madison goes alone, and that student aid would not be adequate to meet the needs of students. Several of the emails I received point out the strong ties UW-Madison has forged with UW Extension and commonalities that UW-Madison has developed with the other UW system schools. Some of these commonalities were developed directly due to our being a part of UW's system. There's a fear that this extremely close type of collaboration might become more difficult and less prevalent if a separation occurs. Similarly, some have expressed concern that we will end up battling each other for precious state resources. These are just some examples of the real risks that should be fully explored, discussed, and dissected. The process going forward must be much more open than it has been, both in participation and information. There must be a dialogue between all affected parties with solutions discussed to minimize risks if such a plan is undertaken. On the issue of flexibilities, there seems to be near universal agreement among academic staff that UW-Madison needs additional flexibilities as mentioned in the 2009 reaccreditation report. Many of the flexibilities would be in areas only tangentially related to academic staff, such as construction and procurement. I will spend my time focusing on the one area that could have the most positive effect on academic staff, that of human resources or personnel. The current constraints of the human resource system, from titling, salary ranges, to promotional title sequences, have long been an issue on the UW-Madison campus. While some of these issues are state-controlled, many of them are also controlled by UW's system. These problems are created due to Madison's size, as well as the longevity of our academic staff. UW-Madison has approximately 7,500 academic staff. That is at least 6,000 more than our nearest cousin, UW-Milwaukee. Because of this, we make extensive use of the titling system. In the current titling system, there's a title series that is not promotable. Most titles for academic staff have a progression built in. Say, for instance, you start as an associate advisor. After 3 or 4 years, you receive a promotion to the title advisor with no prefix. Following your exemplary work, 7 years later, you finally reach the title senior advisor. Within the current titling system, anybody with a program manager title is unable to receive promotions in this manner. In addition, academic staff with titles in Category A, and this roughly includes everyone except many of our research and instructional staff, have salary ranges with both a ceiling and a basement. Category A academic staff are the only category of unclassified staff with such restrictions. Going back to our advisor example, once you become a senior advisor and reach the top of the salary range, the only option for you to obtain more than an average merit raise is to leave that position. For those in the non-promotable program manager titles, this happens at a much faster rate. Lastly, there is little opportunity for promotion of academic staff within their current position when they reach the senior title with many years of their career left. I'm an example of this. I have at least 20 more years in my career. Hopefully I'd like to spend it here at UW-Madison, but I've already held the senior title for the last 5 years. Well, there's a fourth step to add a new prefix of distinguished to your title. Currently about 40 academic staff at Madison hold this title. Due to constraints in the criteria, the distinguished title has been very difficult for most academic staff to achieve, especially those who do not do research. These personnel issues, as well as others, do have the potential of being addressed if flexibilities are given to UW-Madison in the area of human resources. Change creates fear, and extreme change, especially in a situation that is untested and relatively unknown, is downright scary. The Board of Regents, UW-Madison, UW-System, and UW-System campuses must not let fear guide their decision-making or judgment. We must make an informed decision based on the facts as presented, not an emotional one. Before a decision can be made, an open and honest debate must occur on the UW-Madison campus and elsewhere across the state. As one email I opened yesterday read, "My comment is that I don't have enough information about this to comment intelligently. I want to make it clear that that is my point, and it is an extremely important one."
Thank you. And finally, we also have a student representative from the Madison campus. We're going to hear from a student representative of the United Council later. Brandon Williams is here. Brandon is the chair of the Associated Students of Madison, the official student government of UW-Madison. Brandon.
Thank you. Once again, I'm Brandon Williams. I'm the chair of the Associated Students of Madison, representing over 40,000 students at the University of Wisconsin-Madison campus. I'd first like to preface by saying that the ASM in itself has not taken official stance on anything that I'm presenting on today. My words are only my own, and they're here to represent the students that I've had contact with and those that I represent as my constituents. First, I'd like to begin by expressing the idea that we have a very common ground in some of the things we've been talking about today, and I think that's become very clear. Flexibilities regarding key budgetary and administrative operations have been a theme for many years among the Regents, and I think that this is not a new concept. Further, we share the burden of costs from the state. Whenever the state makes cuts, we share that burden. Next, I think that we must always express that we share the Wisconsin idea, a connection with the state as we seek to educate its students and be accessible to the citizens. We must also note that we are here first and foremost to maintain the quality of the institutions in the UW system, especially in higher education for Wisconsin. But one more agreement that I think that we need to agree on is that there are complexities and needs at Madison that are substantially different from those at other institutions. We would obviously not be here today if there were not a substantial reason to have this conversation. Most notably, we are here to discuss the possibility of statute differentiation of Madison from the UW system. Students have proceeded with caution and a critical eye of this proposal. A new model of differentiation is a substantial change that warrants a substantial review. Specifically, students are concerned about Chapter 36095, which has to do with shared governance, as you may know. Further, we haven't seen the final bill. And so, much like the people who have spoken before me, we can't unequivocally support this proposal, especially for public authority status, without specific legal language. Thus, I will be using the information from the Legislative Reference Bureau's documents in my analysis of what we consider to be benefits and concerns to students. In this, we see the maintaining of the New Badger Partnership Working Group's shared principles. Chancellor Martin spoke to this as how it adheres to what our shared governance working group included, and I think that it very much does so. We also see the preservation of shared governance, an extremely important part of what students consider to be a part of this university. If this is not preserved, it would be a non-starter for students. It also separates our student-segregated fees from state dollars, earning a huge victory for students in terms of seg fee control. It also gives the freedom to handle our own funding streams as a university, allowing us to pursue our own methods to ensure affordability and accessibility for our citizens. Most notably, it appears to localize control over tuition and other forms of governance, allowing students of our institution the ability to have to make decision makers accountable at a local level. And lastly, and this is of concern to some students, but it does not appear to sever our connection with the state or the rest of the UW system. We do not see it creating any further competition that does not already exist. However, like I said, we do not fully support the proposal simply because we have not seen what it will look like. I'm simply stating that our analysis revealed that some of this has been very beneficial to students. So what do students think? Much like the previous speakers, thoughts are mixed. And I think that there's a lot of misinformation being circulated around among the student constituencies as to what this bill will mean. Earlier today, I received a letter from a student that I had an opportunity to have a phone conversation with. And I'd like to read a brief part of it for you. So Brandon, thank you for taking the time to speak with me earlier today. It was very nice speaking with you. As I mentioned during our phone conversation, I am in full support of the New Badger Partnership, which under Governor Walker's 2011-2000 budget proposal is expected to also grant UW-Madison public authority status. As I mentioned in our conversation, I'm expecting to graduate in May with an MBA in Applied Security Analysis from the Wisconsin School of Business. My undergraduate degree was completed here as well, Computer Science in 2001. I believe that in between I worked for UW-Madison as academic staff personnel. I believe my experience has given me a unique perspective not only as a student but also as one who understands the daily challenges professors face when competing for research dollars, and why I believe this separation is in UW-Madison's best interests. In order to best compete with world-class research institutions, this university needs the flexibility that can only come from being a separate entity. And I have seen firsthand the tremendous opportunities afforded the Wisconsin School of Business through the Wisconsin Naming Partnership. The business school has the ability to attract world-class professors through this effort. But I seem to recall a few years ago a number of professors who were recruited away from Madison for more money. The way I understand it, the salaries for UW-Madison's professors are already below peer schools. It simply cannot compete for the top intellectual capital with this additional flexibility. We find ourselves now at a crossroads, a unique position in which we have the ability to ensure UW-Madison competes at the highest level. It's time for this to take the next step. Please don't take this opportunity away from this great institution. I've received many letters similar to this one. I've also received letters requesting more information about things such as a possible 26% tuition increase, as I believe Chancellor Martin addressed earlier. As I understand it, United Council will also be speaking later today, and I understand that they have opposed the concept of UW-Madison differentiation. I believe that they rushed to this conclusion, much the way we have not rushed to support the possible proposal. President Riley is aware of our efforts to incorporate United Council as a more representative body. To this end, we feel that UC has failed its constituents at Madison. We, as students, will continue to assess our financial contributions to the organization. In conclusion, we believe that this change allows us to maintain our public mission. It maintains a meaningful connection to the state, including financial contributions, allows us to maintain accessibility through innovative and creative ways, and lastly, it maintains our commitment to the Wisconsin idea. While I'm here as a UW-Madison student, I also fully support flexibilities for the UW system. But given reality, we cannot take the option that is currently being proposed off the table. To do so would be to ignore the higher education needs of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Hey, Brandon, if you're still able to stay with us, I mean, I think the Regents may have questions for one or more of our governance participants. Regent Loftus.
Professor Burston. Well, I want to talk to you as a friend, and I want to talk about risk. I think it's scary that the word tenure or shared governance are even in legislation. I was in the legislature for 14 years, 2 years as majority leader, 10 years as speaker. We went through many battles regarding the university. One of the risks here is that all of this will be decided by one political party. I'll give you an idea of your situation. Every member of the Dane County delegation is in the minority. They're not even in the state. All but a couple legislators who are UW-Madison graduates are in the minority. I ran for governor in 1990. I came in second. And we did an analysis of where the money came from by zip code. More than 50% of the money I raised came from the zip code that included the campus in the west side of Madison. The whole list of faculty. Now, why did that happen? It's because I saved them from disaster time and time again. So you are key. It's the faculty that is the ones that have the influence at the end. One of the other risks is that the key players, in addition to the faculty and the chancellor and the president of the university, was the president of the Regents. And I don't know going forward if that foursome is united as they have been in the past. So, that's not a question. Thank you.
Well, I will respond to it by saying that the university committee is terrified, and we know that.
Other questions or comments or observations, Regent Smith?
Can I just ask, I have two questions. One, I want you to expound a little bit on who the university committee is. I'm not quite sure I understand what that is, if I could ask that, and then I've got another question after that. Go ahead.
So the way our faculty senate works, we have a 6-member executive committee, which is called the university committee. So we are the executive committee of our faculty senate. And our university committee is the group that meets regularly with our administration and helps to administer the institution according to the statute.
Okay. Well, one of the things you've seen today is a little frustration around the table on not having enough information. And I find it incredible that some part of our system has been able to read the bill and other portions of this board is not able to read the bill, which is incredible to me. But did I hear you right? You said your group knew about that there was a bill being drafted in January with the UW-Madison legal team that was going towards public authority? Is that correct?
Yes.
But you were told, don't tell anybody?
Yes.
Who told you that? Who said not to tell anybody about it?
We were informed by our chancellor that this was an opportunity, and we were told not to tell anybody.
Okay. Thanks.
Other questions, observations, comments? If not, thank you all for taking the time. We really do appreciate you being here. We are going to take a break for lunch, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to hear from some additional perspectives. But on behalf of the Board of Regents, for all those who presented this morning and engaged with us, thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everybody is fortified now for more conversation. We obviously had this morning the opportunity to hear about the effect and the benefits and some of the concerns and issues from the UW-Madison community for the separation of UW-Madison from other campuses. To lead off our afternoon, and we're going to be focused more in the next segment of sort of the effect that this idea might have on the rest of the campuses within the UW system. To lead off our afternoon, the first speaker is Michael Mozicki, who is the Government Relations Director for the United Council of UW Students. As we all know, the United Council represents thousands of students on UW campuses across the system. Michael, thank you for being with us, and thank you. Welcome back to the Board of Regents.
Thank you, President Pruitt. It's sort of unfortunate that I have to be back to talk to you about this specific issue, but I will reintroduce myself. I am the Government Relations Director for United Council, which represents 140,000 students around the state at 20 campuses of the 26 currently. I am an alumnus of UW-Madison and UW-Waukesha, former employee of the Department of Administration, the Department of Health and Family Services, and a former Republican candidate for the State Assembly. And currently, I am the principal lobbyist for United Council. I represent our students both to this board and other state agencies and, of course, the state legislature. So I try to convey their wishes not only to all of you, but to folks over at the Capitol a lot. When I will get over to what their reaction has been to this in a few minutes. I'm basically here to talk about the severing of UW-Madison from the rest of UW system. I don't want to address the specifics of the New Badger Partnership, which has been talked about a lot today. I don't think this is dependent on the New Badger Partnership. I'm not here to talk necessarily about flexibilities, which my organization does support for UW system, which is actually, from my knowledge, a first in our history as far as a lot of the flexibilities that have been talked about and advanced through the Board of Regents budget priorities. And so that is a huge change, and I know that we as an organization have been one of the main reasons why those flexibilities have not gone forward in the legislature in the past. And so I don't think that we're necessarily in the same position that we have been over the last 40 years. And finally, I'm not necessarily here to talk about the lack or not lack of transparency that has gone on between Chancellor Martin and this board or any other constituents of hers on her campus. Like I said, I'm here to talk only about the severing of UW-Madison from system. Now, I've heard a lot about the claimed benefit of severing Madison from its parent system. And the two benefits that have been articulated to me are that it is part of the governor's budget and is a done deal. And yet I've also heard Chancellor Martin say that no promises have been made by the governor. And from the personal experience I have had speaking with legislators in the state capitol, they are either unaware of this potential part of the plan or they are opposed to it. And we even have seen a press release issued by the chair of the State Assembly's Colleges and Universities Committee saying that he is dramatically opposed to this proposal. Now, the other possible benefit that I have heard in severing UW-Madison from the system is that it would give Chancellor Martin freedom from this Board of Regents and ability to focus more on her own campus, more authority to deal with the specific unique issues that Madison deals with. And yet, I would argue that having a board of her own would not give her that freedom. It would give her a board more likely to micromanage UW-Madison. And I have seen this board be very Madison-centric. In fact, last session, my organization supported a bill that would have required this board to be from other areas of the state other than just Madison and Milwaukee. And so it is no secret that we think this board has been very, very Madison-friendly and very, very Madison-aware. And we've even argued that more so than is necessary. And so I don't think making the argument that this board is not friendly enough to Madison is valid for taking such a risk as we are proposing here. Now, the only major arguments actually where UW-Madison administration has dramatically disagreed with this Board of Regents have been on two topics that are very close to my organization's heart. Maybe not last year, but the year before, Chapter 17 and 18 of the Non-Academic Misconduct Code of Administrative Codes was revised. And UW-Madison administration argued that students should not have the right to have legal representation in the room with them when they were going in front of a hearing for non-academic misconduct. This board defended that right and made sure that it was in the administrative code that went forward to the legislature for passive review. On that one disagreement, I think students benefited from having this board represent their views. The other major issue where I've seen UW-Madison's administration disagree with this board is the process that was used for approving differential tuition on the campus. I've seen time and time again the recommendation that the process should be streamlined and that student approval that is now very cumbersome and really written out in Regent policy should not necessarily be necessary to forward tuition increases of a differential sort. And so on those two disagreements that I've seen UW-Madison's administration have with the Board of Regents, Madison students have benefited from having a statewide Board of Regents represent their rights. Now, I'm not saying that Madison isn't unique, but I feel that this board has treated it as such. The merged system has allowed Madison to grow and expand in its prestige around the nation and, of course, the country. I don't disagree that Madison needs to continue that growth, but I don't think this board is prohibiting it, and I don't think having a board of its own would add any particular benefit to that growth. I think the pre-merger Madison had already expanded. And we see that when pre-1970s, UW-Madison expanded to have its own 2-year campuses. They founded Parkside, Green Bay, and even Milwaukee. And so that expansion, if that is what Chancellor Martin is looking for, would not necessarily be anything different than what we have as a system. Now, as I've alluded to before, we've tried this all before. Madison has been a separate system, and it did not benefit the state any more than this current system has. In fact, I think the current system has benefited students and system administration and the university education system in our state overall much more than the previous unmerged system. And that's because the systems that currently exist, not even looking at history where there was infighting between the University of Wisconsin system and the Wisconsin State University system. If we look at the systems we have now in this state, the Wisconsin Technical Colleges system and WICU, which is not exactly a state system, it's the private universities, there is infighting right now over what funding they will get from the state legislative committees, particularly the Joint Finance Committee. And I don't think expanding that infighting to include other players is going to benefit us at all. In fact, in past legislative sessions, I've heard discussion of merging even more and including the technical schools more in the work that we do, which is even evidenced by the fact that we have Stan sitting right here on this board helping us make decisions that benefit all of us. So when my organization, my board of directors, took a stance on this particular issue, I don't think it was rushed. I think they looked at this very specific issue, not the New Badger Partnership, not flexibilities. They looked at benefits and detractions from separating Madison from the rest of UW's system. And I think the way they did that is they weighed what are the benefits versus what are the risks. We know those. We know what the potential benefits are versus the potential risks. Obviously, there is no done deal with the legislature or the governor, so we don't know solid either way. But we can say, going into this, what are we going to ask for? And I think the risks are this. We could have a board that micromanages a particular campus's policies. We could have accelerated state defunding and tuition increases. We could have unsustained enrollment management based on income levels and not academic potential. We could have elimination of research grants. And most importantly, we could have a rolling back of 40 years of gained shared governance rights. And I want to go into this specifically because I think we've talked a lot about how this might be protected under what the governor may or may not be proposing in statute that we have not even seen yet. And so this is why I think it's at risk. Most shared governance rights are not rooted in the language of state statute. It is intentionally vague. And most shared governance rights that students have today are based on the Merger Implementation Committee's discussions and minutes. They have been cited in case law. Case law is the other place where we get a lot of those rights. We have many, many cases, such as Milwaukee Student Association versus Chancellor Baum. We have Oshkosh Student Association versus this Board of Regents. Maybe not this Board of Regents, but your predecessors. And of course, we have Spotto versus the Board of Regents also, which was a faculty issue, but it applies just as much to student academic rights. And all those case law decisions may or may not apply to any revised statute that the governor is providing in his budget decisions. And that concerns me. It concerns me a lot, because if Madison is a public authority and not a state agency, that gets right down to the decisions in these case law arguments, because case law cites the UW as a state agency and says that students organized as a student government are an extension of that state agency. And if it's no longer a state agency, does that case law apply? The other few things that these shared governance rights are based on is campus history. And if we rewrite campus history and give the chancellor or this new board of trustees the rights to change these policies, which they will inevitably have, we don't know what they're going to write. And I think right now we have a fantastic system of shared governance, both for faculty, academic staff, students, administrators. Everyone has a wonderful system of academic shared governance in this state. In fact, we're regularly cited as the model across the country for what should be done at other institutions. But all of this is subject to the rights and responsibilities of currently the Board of Regents, and then in new statute it could be subject to the rights and responsibilities of this new Board of Trustees. and that changing this, rewriting these policies, is very, very dangerous. And when my organization weighed, should we support this or should we not support this one provision, not the New Badger Partnership, not flexibilities, but this one provision of separating Madison from UW system, the risks outweigh the potential gains. And that's why we took a stance. In general, I want to emphasize that we don't want to roll back 40 years of efficiencies and cooperation that we have made gains on. We cannot do that. If we're going to move forward, we should move forward as a system. And I have President Dylan Jambrick here, who is the UW-Eau Claire student body president, who is here to emphasize as a system how the students have decided on this as a representative of student reps.
Hello, as Michael said, my name is Dylan Jambrick. I'm a student body president at UW-Eau Claire, representing over 11,000 students. This past year, as you're probably aware, the student representatives of UW system have tried to move in the opposite direction of UW-Madison, and that is to more centralize and bring ourselves together, formalizing ourselves in a constitution and asserting control over United Council, our statewide student association. I've been one of the chairpersons this year of student representatives, as well as serving on the system committee that's looked at that constitution and the revisions to policy 30-4. Therefore, when I heard that UW-Madison Chancellor Biddy Martin was seeking independence from UW system, I sought the input of my fellow student representatives, and we co-drafted the letter which I'm about to read to you. Specifically, the presidents and vice presidents of the following campuses have signed on to this letter: Eau Claire, Green Bay, Stevens Point, Milwaukee, La Crosse, Stout, Superior, Manitowoc, Platteville, Marinette, and Parkside. All of those campuses have signed on to this letter, both the president and vice president. On July 9, 1974, the University of Wisconsin system was formally created and enacted, bringing together the public colleges and universities in the state of Wisconsin. This was a dramatic change to the way the administration and funding of higher education was done in the state, eliminating separate bureaucracies and efficiencies, centralizing administration, and ending costly competition between state colleges and universities. Since the merger, the UW system has become a model for the world. In the past few months, UW-Madison Chancellor Biddy Martin has been discussing her proposed New Badger Partnership, which was originally thought to be only pushing for flexibilities regarding purchasing, local control, and tuition at each individual campus. Many campuses and the UW system sponsor those flexibilities being granted by the legislature. However, it is now evident that this proposal includes a separation of the University of Wisconsin-Madison from the rest of the UW system. This has serious implications for the state's proud tradition of higher education. Separating the University of Wisconsin-Madison from the remainder of the system will require the rewriting of state statute which governs the UW system and could put into jeopardy the very shared governance protections that students, faculty, and academic staff now enjoy. The creation of two state agencies would require the appointment of a new board of overseers for both UW-Madison and the remainder of UW schools. UW system codes, which include due process protections for students and faculty, may have to be rewritten, and in the interim could potentially be ignored. Unnecessary and costly competition would once again be restored between UW campuses. The merger of Wisconsin public colleges and universities in the 1970s took many years of careful consideration and study. The inclusion of this proposal within the state's biennium budget would hastily undo decades of work the public colleges and universities have done together in a matter of months. We, the undersigned representatives of UW students, encourage the UW system administration, Board of Regents, and chancellors to resist this schism within the University of Wisconsin system. We further insist that Governor Scott Walker and all state legislators remove this proposal from the state's biennium budget. That said, I'd have to agree, as do many of the student representatives, with Regent Loftus's analysis that submitting anything for legislative review endangers the thing you're submitting for review. There are no promises, there are no trusts that we can rely on right now, and submitting our entire system up for review at this time to a legislature which is obviously unpredictable, and also relying on agreements with the chancellor who has said that there are no promises from the governor, and what this board has already classified as a remarkable departure from her previous remarks, seems like a dangerous thing for all of these campuses in the UW system. And I might add that I only started collecting signatures for this letter in this week, and many of the 2 years are notoriously hard to get track of. And so most 4 years have already signed on to this letter, and I predict that many more campuses will be eventually joining this joint statement from student representatives. So I must caution this board on this potential split from UW-Madison, and know that most student leaders around the state strongly oppose this split between the UW system. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Dylan. Does the board have any questions? Regent Brad.
Dylan? Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got you too mixed up. Two things. First of all, I just want to distance myself from any suggestion that a chancellor of the Madison campus or a provost or a dean or a department chair, much less the faculty, would ever allow the Madison campus to put more emphasis on family income than academic merit. Secondly, you mentioned Madison-centric, and my experience is, because since I've been on the board, and we've been trying to get more resources to southeastern Wisconsin, UW-Milwaukee, because we have a very specific thing we're trying to accomplish for the people of the state by doing that. We've been accused by the Madison campus and other people of being Milwaukee-centered. I think what happens is that wherever you're putting the dollars, you're accused of being centric to that. And that's just the way it goes.
Other questions? Regent Loftus?
Not a question, just that Chancellor Martin uses the University of Virginia as a model, and former Chancellor John Wiley has made comments on that. Pointed out is that recent years tuition at UW-Madison has increased 32%. At the University of Virginia, it's increased 52%. And former Chancellor Wiley never one to give up a good quote, says, every time we raise tuition, the median family income of our incoming freshmen goes up. Brains are not confined to wealthy families.
Regent Walsh?
Can I ask a question? I was very involved in defending the right to students to have a lawyer. Not because I'm a lawyer, but because I've seen administrative hearings where the seeking of the truth gets lost in the emotion of the plea or the threat. But I just want to say this. I do not recall that the administration of Madison was really pushing this. It was the staff, and they were, frankly, they thought they were doing their job. This wasn't the chancellor's office that was trying to do something to students. I'm sure they just weren't involved. Secondly, the grill in the room is revenue. I think that we all understand that the University of Wisconsin-Madison in a declining state contribution time. And by the way, the absolute amount goes up, the percentage of their budget, and I would add the percentage of the state budget going to higher education goes down. So it's a reality, it's truth. And we can all argue about public authority or not, but at the end of the day, for a great public university, the issue is revenue. Now, I happen to believe that we should raise tuition more than some of my fellow regents, and I'm very supportive of that. But I also believe that we can't make it always has to be affordable. So I'm going to ask you two, I've just appointed you chancellor of all the system. What is the solution on tuition? Because we can't always fight progress and fight ideas and end up with a status quo, which means we go further downhill. And we've got to face that. That's not a public authority issue. It's what's the solution?
Right. Oh, shoot. Didn't mean to do that. Anyway, yes, revenue.
Where's the revenue?
Exactly. You know, I actually addressed this issue to the board when we were discussing biennial budget priorities, and this is the first time ever United Council has not taken a stance on tuition, and that's very, very intentional, because we do think that tuition potentially, if handled the right way, could be part of the solution, but only if we advertise the fact that tuition is not the core number that students are really going to have to deal with because of the sticker shock issue. It's after you receive aid and things like that. Now, even if we do all of that, and Chancellor Martin has been very intelligent about this and addressed this issue, tuition is also not the solution to our financial woes. We can't just continue to increase tuition over and over and over again because it's not a bottomless pit. In fact, eventually we're going to have to start managing enrollment based on tuition, if we have tuition as a major revenue source. Now, obviously, Madison gets a lot of its money from federal grants. We don't know if that's sustainable. It's really dependent on the research they do and whether the federal money comes in just like state money. Lately, more federal money has been coming in than state money. We don't know if that trend is going to continue. We can manage our own tuition. We can ask the state to have no cap on tuition. But at the end of the day, we just can't say we're going to raise tuition 200% and that's going to solve the problem, because we're not going to have this huge section of imaginary students who are going to flow into the university and pay for all the students who can't afford that. At the end of the day, you're going to have a limit. And I know this board is very aware of that, because we had to lower out-of-state tuition recently because we hit that limit. And we were actually seeing declining enrollment numbers. And so if I were a chancellor, I don't think there is any solution. I think right now we have a crisis in higher education. And I think we need to talk more about that. And I don't think there is any one solution. And I think it's definitely not breaking Madison off from the system that has served it very well.
And if I could add to that, I come from a campus that just raised its tuition through differential tuition once it's fully implemented by $1,200. And I think student leaders are ultimately pragmatic about raising tuition in a targeted, careful way. And the only reason we accepted a tuition increase because the administration had to submit to us and to this board why it was a good idea, what the goals and outcomes were going to be for that increase in tuition, what the financial aid package was going to be, and what shared governance was going to be over that tuition package. And I think when you break off a campus and let that board determine its own tuition without anyone else overseeing it, with that board being beholden only essentially to either the governor or the administration of UW-Madison, we don't have like an independent overseer who's like, well, I'm not sure that that's actually good for your students, instead of just an administrative view, well, we need more revenue, therefore we'll raise tuition by this much. So I think student leaders can be absolutely pragmatic, because student leaders across the state have endorsed tuition increases on themselves when they feel that it's necessary and targeted. But I think it shouldn't just be that we should just raise tuition because we have a revenue problem, because ultimately that isn't a sustainable model either for higher education, because you won't have any students.
Regent Davis.
I want to say a couple of things to both of you. First of all, I'm really, really appreciative and proud that you have so eloquently stated your position against the, I call it succeeding from the union, it's probably a bad way to put it, having been under its own separate authority. So I want to thank you for that. I believe that I'm encouraged by some of my regent colleagues who don't agree that, that despite the alleged trajectory, that this is a done deal. And so I'm really encouraged by that. I didn't come here encouraged, quite frankly. I'm glad to be encouraged. I do believe that a grassroots effort that is more representative of the other campuses around the state is going to be necessary if we have any opportunity to not have Madison be spun off or become a separate entity with its own authority. So my question of both you, Michael and Dylan, is, are the students, it's wonderful to come to Madison and talk to us, that's really great, but, what are the student youths, and particularly the student leaders, prepared to do to win this in the legislature?
Well, last Tuesday, I actually got on a bus, came down here, and spent 5 days here lobbying on behalf of my faculty and staff. And I dare say when students in the near future feel themselves being threatened, if you think this is activism, you should wait until that happens. I think that the student leaders that I've spoken to are very committed to the preservation of the UW system, which has seen their campuses and their communities not only be sustained but grow because of our investment in higher education within those communities. And the only way that gets really accomplished is through UW system, because a campus like UW Superior or UW Oshkosh probably isn't sustainable on its own. But when it's wrapped into a larger system of universities and with the prestige of UW-Madison attached to it, it becomes much more of a temptation for state legislatures to think of that as an asset rather than as a cost to them. And I think that student leaders are particularly committed to making sure that this is resisted, at least the ones I've spoken to.
And just to follow up, Mr. President, so what would you want us to do to work together towards the same end and cause?
I think the most important thing you could do is release some of your administrators from a lot of the feelings that they have that they are beholden to this board and they should not speak without authority from this board, and allow them to talk directly to the Joint Finance Committee and testify and say what's good for their campuses. I know specifically, I've spoken to the Dean of Students at UW-Eau Claire, and he is overburdened with the amount of demand on his campus, student needs, and he knows better than anyone in this room what they need. And so I think it's important that we have those people speaking out, and they can join students in that chorus, in front of the Joint Finance Committee, in front of testimony that we are sending directly to legislators. Direct contact with legislators cannot be underestimated.
Thank you, Michael and Dylan. Good segue in terms of inviting people to speak their minds. We're now going to, have the remaining chancellors, the other chancellors who are part of the UW system. We heard very eloquently from Chancellor Martin this morning. We're now going to have a chance to hear some thoughts and ideas and reactions from other chancellors around the state. We're going to start with UW-Parkside Chancellor Debbie Ford, and we're eventually going to hear from every one of our distinguished chancellors who have joined us today. I thought it was only fair to give them a little heads up. Chancellor Ford.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the benefits of the University of Wisconsin as a system and the need for greater management flexibilities for all UW institutions. Grow people, grow jobs, grow communities. I first learned about UW System's vision from 2 graduate students in a governance, finance, and budgeting class that I was teaching at the University of West Florida. I had been encouraged to respond to the nomination for the chancellor's position, but it was this presentation from these students in my class that inspired me to do more research about UW-Parkside and the University of Wisconsin system. I was drawn to the possibility of working in a system of higher education that leads with intentionality and is focused on its citizens, economic development, and the quality of life in its communities. I am grateful to be a part of this world-class and model system of higher education. Today, there are 3 systems of higher education serving the citizens of Wisconsin: the University of Wisconsin system, the technical college system, and the private colleges and universities. Is now the time to create another governance system of higher education in Wisconsin? No, I do not believe so. I fear a separate system of governance for UW-Madison will lead to unnecessary duplication, greater competition for limited resources, confusion among our citizens, increased cost, and will negatively impact the recruitment and retention of quality faculty and staff. If we need to focus on establishing new governance relationships, I fear we will be distracted from our core mission of teaching, learning, service, and research. Yesterday, the UW-Parkside Foundation Board met, and they asked me to convey their serious concerns about how the separation of UW-Madison will negatively impact both the UW system and UW-Parkside service in southeastern Wisconsin. In addition, our faculty and staff at UW-Parkside share the concerns and are anxious about the unintended consequences of this potential change. For 6.5 years, I worked in higher education in the state of Florida. In 2002, the governance model for public higher education changed from a centralized board of regents to individual campus boards of trustees, and later the creation of a centralized board of governors, while the legislature retained its authority to set tuition. During this transition that lasted several years, and I believe is still going on in some ways, there appeared to be a lack of a shared vision for public higher education among the state universities, increased competition in the state capital for declining resources, and endless focus on defining the governance model at the expense of a unified vision for student learning and public higher education. During this time, the community colleges in Florida had a shared vision, and they successfully lobbied for additional financial resources and authority to offer 4-year degrees. Our unified vision for higher education in Wisconsin matters. We share the goal to increase the number of Wisconsinites with a college degree. As a state, we know we lag behind the national average for college degree holders, and we are 6 percentage points behind Minnesota. And we know that jobs of the future will require more college degree holders. We need to focus our energies on the education of our students, not on creating another system of governance that replaces a world-class system of higher education. It is imperative for us as higher education leaders to work collaboratively with legislators and government leaders to create a 21st century management and financial model for public higher education in Wisconsin. Henry Ford once said, "If you do what you always did, you will get the same results." We know that funding for higher education in Wisconsin has been on a continual decline for many years, and that the current funding model is broken beyond repair. We agree that we need flexibilities from the state to lead our campuses, and as we receive these flexibilities, we must commit to updating UW's system, policies and practices, and our campus administrative processes. I agree with Chancellor Martin that now is the time to change the model for managing and funding higher education. And I believe this is best accomplished as a unified system of public higher ed. Let us focus on the what being proposed, the serious financial challenges we face, and the need for greater flexibilities for all of our institutions. Now more than ever, we need to be united as the leaders of higher education in the University of Wisconsin. As Chancellor of the University of Wisconsin-Parkside, an institution founded as part of UW-Madison, I will continue to advocate for greater flexibilities from state controls and mandates that reduce our effectiveness and efficiency in providing quality educational experiences for the students we serve in southeastern Wisconsin. At UW-Parkside, over 66% of our students are the first in their families to go to college, and 63% of the students receiving degrees are the first to receive a college degree in their families. At UW-Parkside, we benefit from many of the services and resources provided by the UW as a system, specifically the University of Wisconsin brand identity, centralized governance, legal services, common systems, professional development, and most importantly, the partnerships and collaborations built across institutions to provide quality higher education in Wisconsin. There are economies of scale that cannot be ignored while serving as one system of public higher education. I truly appreciate Chancellor Martin's leadership in defining and articulating the much-needed flexibilities to lead UW-Madison through the Badger Partnership, and I strongly believe that all campuses in the University of Wisconsin system need these same flexibilities, and we need to be treated as institutions of higher learning and not as another state agency. In 1894, the Wisconsin Board of Regents had the courage to set a bold vision for the citizens of Wisconsin, and they stated, "Whatever may be the limitations which trammel inquiry elsewhere, we believe that the great state University of Wisconsin should ever encourage the continual and fearless sifting and winnowing by which alone truth can be found." It is my hope that we will embrace these challenges as opportunities, engage in the sifting and winnowing process as we develop new ways of leading, managing, and funding higher education for the greater good of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Ford. We're now going to turn to Chancellor Patterson. I would say to the Regents, my intention here is to just, once we get a little momentum building with our chancellors, to just go. So if you have thoughts of questions as any of these individual chancellors speak, I would encourage you to just raise your hand. I'll do my best to acknowledge them. But here we have Chancellor Bernie Patterson. Chancellor Patterson, thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to talk with the board. My presentation is probably going to be a little less formal than the ones you've heard so far, but that's just my nature. There are some things that concern me about the business at hand, but before I get to that, first of all, I'm glad the students spoke and encouraged everybody to speak their mind, because that's what I plan to do this afternoon. So I appreciate their backing us up on that point. I have a different perspective in that, as some of the other chancellors are, I'm relatively new to the state. And I think, although this board clearly appreciates the value of this system and Madison particularly, I'm not sure everyone throughout the state really grasps the idea of how highly held and esteemed this system is in the rest of this country and around the world. I've worked in 3 other universities in 2 other states, and I've traveled extensively. And the reputation that this system, including Madison, our flagship, who's done a lot to make this system what it is beyond description. It is one of the most recognizable higher ed icons in the world. When the search committee called me about the position at Stevens Point, this was the first thing I thought about, was the reputation of this system. Had this conversation been going on a year ago, I would have been much less likely to pursue this position like I did. I probably would have said, no thank you. I don't even like snow. And so I came here for 2 reasons. One, the wonderful people, the faculty, the staff, the students, and the community members that I met in Stevens Point. And 2, the reputation of this university system around the country and beyond. So I can only imagine now what our new faculty are thinking, the ones who have just arrived, but more importantly even, those that we're still trying to recruit today. I was speaking to our faculty representative at lunch, and he was telling me that the 2 candidates they're interviewing this afternoon told him they applied here because of the reputation of this system. So I have to tell you this afternoon that I think the plan that's in front of us, and I'm sorry to use the word spinoff, but that's what keeps coming to my mind, the separation of our flagship from the system is a bad idea. And I think it's a bad idea for several reasons. First of which is it's bad for business. It's bad for the business in central Wisconsin. 2 days ago, our provost was meeting with the 4 leading executives at Marshville Clinic. And when he talked to them about what was happening, every one of them was in opposition to this proposal, because they know that having a UW campus in their backyard is critical to recruiting the physicians to the clinic. While Marshville is a wonderful place to live, you don't know that if you're in Portland or Austin and you're trying to be recruited, or you're trying to recruit somebody here for a place like Marshville Clinic. And the same thing is true for Century Insurance in Stevens Point, as well as Greenheck Fans in Wausau. It's also bad for business because our faculty, just like the faculty in all the other institutions in this state, are working closely with business to develop the economy, to develop jobs, and to move us forward. Just one example on our campus, and there are many, is the Wisconsin Institute for Sustainable Technology. And in there, we have Dr. Don Guay, an outstanding faculty member. And if you talk to him about what he's doing and how he's working to diversify the paper industry, you'd be amazed. But we won't be able to recruit faculty like that, and we certainly won't be able to retain them if the system starts falling apart. I also think it's a bad idea for our students. It's going to be hard to recruit faculty. Now, I felt encouraged this morning when I heard that perhaps we would continue to share the name and the brand, and it's up to all of us to maintain the quality of that brand. But quite frankly, there's not anybody here today that can make those promises. No one can say today what the name of my institution will be 2 years from now. And no one can say today what kind of collaboration there will be, because there's a new board on the horizon. And who knows what that new board will do or think. A board primarily appointed by the current administration. So recruiting faculty could be, and I hate to say I expect to be, a very difficult and challenging task for us. And that directly affects what goes on in the classroom, obviously. There's also, and besides whatever happens with the brand, it is clear that there will be more competition for limited resources. If there are 2 boards, there's going to be competition. And if a public authority is offered to Milwaukee, there will be 3 boards, which will make it even worse. I think Harry Peterson has summed this up pretty well when he talks about going to the legislature and making those backroom deals for the funding for your institution or for your system when there's 2 or 3 systems in the state. He talks about that as being the political model. But he also talks about the professional model, the one that we have today. Well, of course, we do in certain ways compete with each other, but it's at a professional level. It's not at a political level, where decisions are driven by data and by logic around this table and with the system staff. I worry about the transfer of credit. Of course, credit will always transfer. They're all accredited institutions. But will it be as seamless as it is today? And when we make continued progress on helping our students transfer from one institution to another when that's necessary for their career. I worry that there will be mission creep that leads to credit creep, that leads to more time to degree, which leads to higher cost for our students. I worry about tuition going up, particularly at Madison. I would anticipate an increase to at least the median or average of the Big Ten. And probably they need the resources. But is that the answer? Because if Madison becomes more expensive, I fear that the rest of us will be held down artificially, so we become the affordable alternative. And then how will we hire new faculty? How will we support undergraduate research? How will we turn on the lights? Incidentally, I suspect the cost of power is going to go up too. There are 180,000 students in this system, 40,000 at Madison, 140,000 elsewhere across the state. So we have to think, as you always have at this board, at the big picture, or about the big picture. No one's talked much about the direct cost. That's hard to know because we haven't been given all the documents. But I think I understand that one of the main reasons for the merger in 1971 was that it was to reduce cost. So now are we to think that this new model is going to save money? That's hard to imagine. So the solution, in my mind, is simple, and it's already been stated today, and that's a public authority for the entire system. Now, what I can't quite get my arms around is that the governor told us they only had time to prepare a document, a 300-page document for Madison. They were working later on something for Milwaukee and then later still for the rest of us. But that just seems to defy logic if you think about it for just a minute. It seems to me like it would be a lot easier and less complicated legally and financially and politically to develop one public authority for the entire system than to extract one institution out of a system and create 2 systems. So if it took 300 pages to do that, I think we could do the other in 200 pages. So, I mean, I just don't grasp the logic here about why we had time to do the more complicated when we didn't have time to do the more simple approach that would benefit all 26 institutions. Absolutely, we need flexibility. And I was glad to hear the Chancellor this morning talk about that in a much better way than I have been able to do. So that goes without question. And it's at this point that my best friends would say, Bernie, sit down and be quiet. But that also is not my nature. So let me say one more thing. And I remember, President Pruitt, this morning when you talked about what this is about and what it's not about. So I haven't forgotten your words, but I would not be doing my job if I did not express to you the feelings on my campus. Morale is very low. People are scared. People are anxious. People are worried. I talked to some who are in tears about all that's going on and all we're dealing with in the budget repair bill. And then for this to come along with it at the same time. So I have to tell you what it feels like on my campus. It doesn't feel like it's about flexibility. It feels like we're getting a divorce. And we were just served last week. It feels like in every divorce, the ones who come up short are the children. And in this case, we need to be thinking about 182,000 students. At least in a divorce, there's a fair hearing before an impartial court. But I'm very concerned that there will be a fair hearing of this issue. That doesn't feel to me like the American way, and I'm certain it's not the Wisconsin way. What we're talking about today, to me, seems like it flies in the face of the Wisconsin idea. So I would strongly urge this board and everyone in the room to rethink where we are and figure out how we can stand together as 26 institutions and put all the force that we're spending today moving forward with one public authority for the university system. Thank you very much.
As we said earlier, we are going to hear from every chancellor. We're not going to cherry pick, and we are starting from this point forward with our most senior chancellor.
I was so anxious to speak next.
That you're up here.
Because I am the most senior chancellor. And I've gone through a lot of regents in my 22 years here, 3 presidents. I'm not quite as fearful of change as Bernie is. I came from the state of Michigan where we were all independent, autonomous schools. We had to react, we had to change, we had to meet the market demands. But in my years at UW-Stout, what I've seen since I've been here, two broad themes. One, we've had a consistent discussion about the need for flexibility. I want to thank Biddy for bringing this up in a meaningful dialogue because we brought it up again and again and again, but never have we gotten the attention we're getting now about the issue of change, the issue of meeting the needs of the 21st century, the issue of needing flexibility to be agile to meet our market needs. We've never done that. But the other observation I've made in my 22 years here is a simple fact. We are always called the comprehensive schools outside Milwaukee and Madison. I call that vanilla pudding, and I've talked to Kevin about this, that we're not vanilla pudding. We're distinct schools. We have distinct missions. I fought very hard for the Polytechnic designation for UW-Stout, and I can tell you in 4 years it's gotten traction. We're recognized among our poly peers as being an up-and-coming school, a distinguished school. Our donors are giving us a lot of money because of that distinction. I know that in my region of the world, River Falls to my west, distinctive school in several areas. I know Eau Claire very well. I have a wife that works there, and someone, Biddy mentioned, I think, their performance expertise there. She's in performance, so I go to Eau Claire an awful lot to witness that. But I do believe that, indeed, today, in the 21st century, because of the budget, more than that, because of the competition in higher education, because of market needs, we need flexibility, and we need to build our growth in our schools, not because of Madison. And I really respect Madison. I think it's great that they're with us. If they left, that diminish our schools? I don't think so. But students come to us, our programs, our faculty expertise. They come to us for who we are, not who Madison is. So while if Madison stays, a great asset. If Madison leaves, a challenge. But it won't destroy the UW system or the schools that I represent or the state universities as we know them. So do we need change? Absolutely. The debate? Absolutely. Do we need flexibility? Absolutely. But I think this is a healthy dialogue that must take place, and I'm excited about being part of that. So thank you very much.
Chancellor Rick Wells from UW-Austin. I know, but you're You're making progress, matriculating your way up to the microphone, Chancellor Wells.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I want to start out with sharing with you that over the last several days, we've had an outstanding system-wide conference on civility in everyday life at UW-Oshkosh. And I sat through most of that yesterday, and I learned a lot. And so I thought I would bring something with me that I learned that will help me make sure that my comments are civil. And I brought Laura with me. Laura means listen, affirm, respond, and add information and analysis to the question at large. Now, I need Laura because I promise you I don't intend to be Wisconsin nice. But Laura needs to help make sure that I'm not New York nasty. So, if we frame this as my colleagues have, and I'll try not to repeat, in a kind of dialectic where you have the original, very good, outstanding Wisconsin idea as delivered by the University of Wisconsin system, and we all agree that it can be improved significantly in terms of the deregulation and the leadership flexibilities. These aren't just management flexibilities we're asking for. These are leadership flexibilities. So there we have the thesis, a good thesis, a good, strong idea, the Wisconsin idea. Now we have the antithesis, the Badger Partnership. All right, within the Badger Partnership, as I've carefully listened to that, remember, Laura, listen, there clearly are very good, very strong ideas in that will help us to the synthesis, to the better Wisconsin idea. But there is one component of the Badger Partnership that you heard that is a bad idea, and that is the spinning off, the divorce. I would prefer, Biddy, to call it the sailing away of the flagship that we so much appreciate in the state of Wisconsin. They don't want to carry the flag anymore. Well, that's what I feel like. Bernie got to say that's what he feels like, but that concerns me. Now, okay. Laura. Okay.
Hang in there, Chancellor.
So, why, outside of this issue about the separation, differentiation of UW-Madison, do I think this is a bad idea? And I think, kind of getting to the quick of it, what I think is probably likely to happen, and I agree with Biddy that there are no certainties in these types of things, but probably what will happen is the state percentage, the GPR, that UW-Madison receives now, if information serves me correctly, is 38% of the state GPR, the state taxpayer dollars that come in from all over the state, serving 23% of the students. World-class research university, makes reasonable sense to me. Now, my concern is if we go off to a public authority for Madison and maybe another public authority, we have three. I believe, and I'm willing to bet $50 on this. It's a wager. I think I know a good bet, but I don't know if it's certain. I got a 50 with me, and I think I'll let Chuck hold it. I believe that within 6 years, 50% of a decreasing pie of state support will be at UW-Madison. Now, that causes a real problem, a real concern. That's why we're concerned about this at Oshkosh, that state support with Madison spun out will decrease significantly, although we all know the overall pie is likely to decrease. The other reason, and I'm going to reaffirm what Bernie said, is I think the flexibilities that Madison will receive, and these kind of promise you might get flexibilities of the same type somewhere up the road, I'm not confident they're going to come. And so I think what it'll do is it'll put pressure on the comprehensive universities or the greater Wisconsin universities and colleges, those above and beyond Madison and Milwaukee, to keep the tuition down, to keep it affordable. But the problem is it will be affordable but less quality, because we will not have the same level of GPR funding that we otherwise would have if we would stay within the Wisconsin system as it is now structured. So in terms of the synthesis, in terms of a better Wisconsin idea, I think what we need to try to do is make that case, throughout the state, as we started, that UW-Madison, as part of the UW system, should be fully supported to implement all the leadership and management flexibilities that they ask for. And as the rest of us are ready, and some of us think we'll be ready faster than others, that authority be provided to the rest of the institutions. It seems to me that this is important for another more broad reason, because I believe if we don't do it that way, what's going to happen is we are going to be part, maybe not a major part, but we're going to be part of the continuing polarization in our country and in our state. We are seeing now the largest levels of socioeconomic and political inequality and inequity we've ever seen since the 1920s in our country. And if we end up with a three-tiered system of haves and have-nots, the one way that we provided a lot of us in this room the opportunity to be socially mobile, to improve ourselves, will be seriously compromised. And I think that's something we don't want to be associated with here in the great state of Wisconsin. So thank you for your attention.
Chancellor Brian Levin-Stankiewicz from the UW-Eau Claire.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. You know, I worked for Steve Sample, who became the recently retired president of USC for many years, and he wrote a book called Contrarian Leadership. And in driving over yesterday and thinking about my remarks, the book somehow came to mind. But I'm not going to be contrarian. I want to say I stand here as the very proud chancellor of UW-Eau Claire. I'm wearing a blue and gold tie that's got UW-Eau Claire on it. When I root for sports teams, I'm glad the Badgers do well, but my teams are the Blue Golds. When I think of excellence, I think of our Ford Dreyfus Scholars in chemistry, more than any public institution in the country, any public comprehensive in the country. I think of our students who win Fulbrights and Rhodes Scholarships, and even our Regents student who is a Truman Scholar. What I worry about are the students, the alumni of UW-Eau Claire, our faculty and staff, and the value of a UW-Eau Claire degree. Now, I also have a lot of ties to University of Wisconsin-Madison, as any of my faculty colleagues do. I use the library. I'm here at the law library a lot because my field requires research in that area. I'm an affiliate of the Center for Russia, East European, and Central Asia Studies. As, again, many of my colleagues on the faculty take advantage and are extremely proud as Wisconsinites of having our flagship university be one of the truly great universities in the world by any standard and by any ranking. Now, I also know there are significant drawbacks to being in a system with or without a Madison, and at the right time and place, I have and will continue to speak about those. But we have gone as a state from being state-funded to student-funded over the last 20 years. And we haven't had a discussion as a state about whether that's a choice we wanted to make or whether we're just having the choice made, as Biddy said, on one-off bills that result in furthering us down this road. And we're about to take another step, a big step, on the down staircase. I worry as much as the Chancellor Madison does about taking that step without the kinds of flexibilities, management or leadership flexibilities, as Rick has said, to allow us to weather part of that storm. And so I want to applaud Chancellor Martin for putting this question at the front of our discussion. It is not a question necessarily to me about organizational niceties and who reports to what and how many boards we have. This is a question of sustaining excellence in higher education in Wisconsin. And we have some concrete proposals now on the table. I will tell you, before we came to this board with the Blue Gold commitment proposal over a year ago, we spent the year before that going to legislative offices, working with Kevin and his staff, and talking to some of you about, is there another path other than simply talking about a tuition increase? Is there another path, a different kind of model that we could pilot a different kind of approach to higher education. And these things are just difficult to get through, and when you have the configuration and the legislative issues that would be involved in changing statutes and things like that. When I read the New Badger Partnership, when it first came out, it's one of those things you read and you say, yeah, us too, we need this too. And so again, I applaud Chancellor Martin for having the courage to put this on the table. We've ended up, unfortunately, with a concrete proposal that has created kind of a dualistic choice. And those of you who were at my inauguration remember that was the theme of my inauguration speech. It was, if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem's a nail. And the dangers of dualistic thinking among ostensibly intelligent people within a university structure. We're given a question of, from my perspective at Eau Claire, of do you want to be in the existing environment, regulatory environment, structural environment, with Madison or without Madison? We're still in the existing regulatory environment as a campus and as a university. And so is Chuck at Stout, and so is Rick at Oshkosh. I'm not sure, that's how the question's been framed. I would hope that we can change the framing of that question to how can we sustain higher education in Wisconsin and maintain the excellence that we have at every single campus. I tend to think that Madison is an extraordinary school. I think the University of Wisconsin system is strong not only because of Madison, it's strong because every campus in the University of Wisconsin system is distinctive, unique, and strong in its own right. And that's what adds to it. My view of cities, I grew up in a big city, in a Great Lakes city. It was strong because it had strong neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods have deteriorated, and you can't prop up downtown with deteriorated neighborhoods very effectively. So I feel like we're one of the neighborhoods out there, and we need to maintain strong neighborhoods in the state in higher education. Like Chuck, I'm not as sort of reactive to some of these proposals, because I came from the state of Washington, where each university had its own board. We had a higher education coordinating board, so we weren't allowed to duplicate degrees and overstep each other in those regards. We had to go to them with our combined budgets and then go to the legislature. So there was a level of control there, and there are all kinds of options available for us to look at organizationally and structurally. But the key, as my colleagues have said, is to have the authority to work not necessarily as just another state agency, but to have, whether it's called public authority status or whatever you call it, the opportunities to have the flexibilities to respond to the new environment that we're in, because it's going to affect us all, and if we all don't have those flexibilities, as Chancellor Martin said, woe is us in trying to respond to those. So I think what we have to do is take advantage of this. We have an opportunity here to have this discussion. It's one state should have had for many, many years. It's one the Regents have been trying to force. We've got some attention on this issue now. So let's take advantage of this and have a discussion about how we're going to sustain excellence in the state. Again, if we accept the premises again, of simply an either-or proposition, do you want where you are now with Madison or where you are now without Madison? From my seat, it still looks the same, by and large. So let's try to get that question expanded and have the discussion that we need to have that's going to benefit all of our campuses. And that may be, I'm as familiar with the Virginia plan as others. Betty and I have talked a lot about that, and if there's an opportunity for some graduated flexibilities, that's great too. But I do fear, as Regent Walsh has pointed out, that this may be another one-off bill, and then we're all locked into where we are. And that doesn't change anything from the perspective of a comprehensive campus that I can see. So thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. We now have Chancellor Joe Gao from UW La Crosse.
Well, as you may recall, at our last board meeting, I spoke pretty directly to these issues, so I don't want to be redundant, although I think I said at that time I thought that the rumors about Madison's independence were overblown and exaggerated, so I may not be as politically well connected as some think. So, I think Regent Walsh is very wise to frame this as a resource question, and I believe that's what it is. And actually, what Brian just said, I couldn't agree more. I think this is a conversation that's long overdue and is actually quite natural when you think about it. And I guess I just want to remind everybody, 1% in tuition increase is about, I was talking to Frida, I thought it was 6, but it's closer to $7 million for the UW system. So when we raise tuition 5.5% or 6%, you know, it's $35 million against the backdrop of cuts above $150 million, sometimes $250 million. And that's been happening for a while. And so we have this erosion of resources. And when you work, as we all do, on campuses day in and day out, you can see the impact that has. And our faculty and staff, we know how hardworking they are. They're the reason why we are the premier institutions that we are. We're not able to compensate them appropriately. That's been well established in the study that was just done. We also, class sizes get bigger, classes are not as available. I mean, it really isn't good for anybody. And so I think what I'm seeing my colleague Chancellor Martin do is to try to find a way to break out of that cycle. Now, this gets a little awkward because it would imply that, well, something's not right. And then it raises the, well, what's wrong? And I think really what it's about is we haven't done a very good job of a long-term view of higher education funding. And, you know, that's, I don't know anybody's fault in particular, but it's just how things work when you're always doing a biennial budget and there's unpredictability. And so what's needed is some further-reaching view of what it takes to provide quality higher education and how we're going to pay for that. Clearly, the government share is declining, and we will be asking the students to pay more. And I thought it was kind of interesting, the student leadership, when they said, gee, it's a crisis. Well, it is. But those of us who work in this day-to-day, we have to do something about that crisis. And I think what is very painful is when we compromise quality and we see our very talented faculty and staff leave our institutions or, as you heard many say today, kind of resign themselves to a very pessimistic existence, which is just not healthy. I mean, I think we all agree one of the great things about higher education is the optimism and the possibilities that it brings. So I think what we're watching is the Madison campus try to follow those possibilities, and to the governor's credit, he has opened that door. Although I will say, I don't know that it's, as they say, a slam dunk on that if you have your own board, that they will necessarily say, well, then we'll raise tuition where it needs to be and all's right with the world. So I think that I would say two things in these brief remarks. One is to sort of gently urge the regents to think about the long-term resource implications and to maybe have a willingness to look at some of those very difficult questions on tuition. And our experience at La Crosse, we raised tuition quite significantly. You let us do that, and it was, I think, a very good process. What was good about it was we had to explain why we needed those funds and what we were going to do with them. And I can tell you that I communicated that out to all the parents of our incoming students. I haven't received one complaint about it. And I see Brian nodding, and I think Biddy would say the same thing. If you are very clear on what you're going to do with tuition, people will understand, and maybe they'll be willing to borrow a little bit more money, because I think if the alternative is the quality declines dramatically. People don't want that, and as you've heard, they'll go elsewhere. The other thing I would say that I hope that we do, and I guess my experience with our differential tuition and with budgets recently shows me that Biddy's description of the legislative sort of dynamics, I find that to be very true. You just literally run into people when you're the chancellor, and you get your like 1 or 2 minutes, and they and so a lot of things can change. And I remember walking up State Street toward the Capitol to the last budget address and getting the vibration on my device, and okay, there's going to be this 1% efficiency. I mean, it really is evolving all the time. I would hope that we would get much more attention on what does this imply for the rest of us in the system, because right now it looks like most of the energy, and that's understandable, has been directed toward what does it mean for UW-Madison. But if this plan is going to actually happen, as you've heard, there's a lot of discomfort about what does it mean for everybody else. And today, I will say, was the first time that I have heard any definitive answer on the naming question, which is the one that I get all the time, that if Madison is not in the UW system, are we called UW La Crosse? And apparently we are, and I'm really glad about that, because that's the way we like it. As you've heard others say, and I know that Madison has no problem with that. But what does it mean in terms of funding and governance and these kinds of things? So hopefully we will see those details emerge as this idea is talked about. So thank you very much for listening to my comments on this today.
Thanks, John.
I'm Dick Telfer, Chancellor at UW-Whitewater. And when I heard we were doing it by seniority, I think we got it wrong. I've been in the UW system this is my 26th year. So I think I have it all over all of these folks. But I've only been chancellor. This is my 4th year, or I had a training wheels year, remember that. But Biddy and I came in the same day. And so your vote the same day, I don't know if she got voted in first or I got voted in first. I don't know how much I'm going to be add to this conversation, because a lot of the points that I would want to make have been made, but I want to make some anyway. And I really want to say a little bit about our campus. And we've had several open forums. Our faculty organized another forum, which they invited me to. And we've had a lot of discussions about a lot of things. We are facing continuing cuts. And the reason I mention how long I've been in the system, we've faced these cuts for a long time. And I was in the system. I was provost at the time when Governor Doyle cut our budget $250 million. And I know there was tuition give back, but that was a huge cut. And they really haven't gotten any better over that time. Our people are finishing up their 2nd year of furloughs, which is less a financial drain than it is a morale drain. It's a financial drain, but it is a very, very negative thing for people's morale. They are facing cuts in terms of take-home pay, in the range of 8 to 12%, except some of them during these first few months are going to face something in the 15 to 16% range. So someone who is not taking home very much money is going to lose 15% or more of that earning power. Now, I know you didn't do it, but this is being done as we speak. And one of the things that is maybe even worse than all of those things is the anxiety and the apprehension about things that are not in the budget repair bill, that may or may not be in the upcoming bill. Some of them are non-budgetary. We all know the collective bargaining is basically a non-budgetary thing put in the budget repair bill. But they're also being vilified, these people, these good workers for the state of Wisconsin, for the UW system, for UW-Whitewater. when they see the ads on television talking about the greedy state workers, and those have been on, you've all seen them. This is a continuing pattern where we've had people who are giving their lives to public service, including involved in the university, who get vilified that way. They, like me, I'm looking for some kind of a light at the end of that tunnel. Okay. And we've been talking about flexibilities for a long time. In my judgment, we are the closest we've ever been, and we may not get there, but the closest we've ever been. There's a real concrete proposal out there. I don't think it should be separate. I think we all ought to be in there together. Make no mistake about this. But I think we cannot pass up the opportunity to try to push the flexibilities argument as hard as we can during this budget session. We need to have that to hang on to as something that we can go after. I am terrified of what's going to happen to our university because of these cuts. And when I talk about that, I'm talking about the people who make our university work who will leave. Tuesday night last week, I had a person send me an email saying she was retiring on Wednesday. That's a faculty member. We talked that person out of it, but it's because of the anxiety around this issue. Monday, I had someone come into my office to announce that he was going to retire on Thursday. He did. Part of what's happening here is people are very concerned about what will happen and the quality of our institution. I'm talking here UW-Whitewater. I'm sure everyone else feels the same way. The quality is tied into those people who are making those decisions, partly in a vacuum, partly in a state of real concern. I value strongly our relationship with all the other schools in this system, with UW-Madison. I have a degree from UW-Madison. I care about that institution. I care about all these institutions. Without significant flexibility, UW-Whitewater is at risk. If Madison gets flexibilities, I think that's great. I want to be there with them because I think it's important for us to get those flexibilities. I am concerned. Clearly, one of the things that could happen is Madison could get these flexibilities, and as several have mentioned, we could have increasingly tight restrictions put on the rest of us. I know that's something that may happen. But, you know, it doesn't feel like those restrictions are very loose right now. And so I think part of what we need to do is we need to look at and we need to emphasize together the reasons why we need to have those flexibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the new guy. I just broke the seniority chain. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Board of Regents on this important issue. First, the UW colleges and UW Extension very much appreciate the governor's interest in providing more flexibility to public higher education in Wisconsin. The primary focus of our two statewide institutions with a presence in all 72 counties is to make sure we are meeting the needs of the people, the businesses, and the communities throughout this state. We live the Wisconsin idea daily. Indeed, we bring the resources of the UW system to people across Wisconsin. We are outreach focused. Thus, we approach the possible separation of our outstanding flagship institution from the UW system from this perspective. Would it help us better serve the citizens, businesses, and communities of Wisconsin? Given our statewide presence, we may just be uniquely positioned to answer that question. While I've only been in Wisconsin for a few weeks, I believe that my experience in other states might be helpful in understanding the issues we're discussing today. I've worked in public universities in Michigan for 14 years, in Minnesota for 6 years, and most recently in nasty New York. Well, someone has said that. There are two observations from my Michigan experience that might be relevant to the proposed separation of the Madison campus from the system. The University of Michigan is very similar to the University of Wisconsin in Madison. It is a big, prestigious research university that is important to the state, the nation, and the world. The University of Michigan, good point. The University of Michigan is a constitutional university and represents, in a sense, a fourth and independent branch of government. It's unusual. As such, it has a great deal of independence. This is similar to the type of independence that the governor is considering for the University of Wisconsin at Madison. There are serious consequences to this independence, and they are not all positive. First, most legislators and most people in the state of Michigan do not believe that the University of Michigan always acts in the best interest of the state. There are and have been multiple calls in Michigan for the creation of a statewide system in the many years since their constitution gave them independent status. Their independence allows them to pursue their own agenda or priorities. In practice, they function like a quasi-private university. Ironically, the business leaders of Michigan, that group, is now calling for the creation of a system to reduce duplication, increase collaboration, and to engage the universities more directly in their problems. The University of Michigan doesn't share the same priorities or feel obligated to help the state because, well, that is Michigan State's job or one of the other state universities. After all, Michigan State is the land-grant institution. Unlike the University of Michigan, the Madison campus serves both as the major research university and as the land-grant institution in this state. Thus, we fear that the separation of the Madison campus from the UW system would change the priorities of the campus, or could change them, and distract it from serving the statewide needs of Wisconsin. We need both. Will its priorities be in concert with the priorities of needs of this state? Secondly, the competition for institutional funding in Michigan occurs in the political arena, not within a system that understands the needs of academia. There is no system in Michigan. Everyone's independent. This means institutions located in the districts of powerful legislators or with stronger political connections secure more resources. Public university funding should be based on outcomes related to public needs and goals, not according to which legislator chairs or serves on the influential Appropriations Committee. In 1971, Governor Lucey said something that I think is relevant to this discussion, and I quote, "You don't need 3 citizen boards wrangling over higher education and a matching staff for each of them. But the big savings in merger is not the administrative costs, but the elimination of rivalry between the two systems and the educational trade-offs. We just can't afford any more of that foolishness." End of quote. Wrangling, to use Governor Lucey's word, conducted in the political arena as opposed to this arena or the academic arena, consumes more energy, more resources, and too often would distract us from our priorities. In New York, a state with 583 independent public authorities, I know, I was on several of their boards, often referred to by legislators as New York's secret government, there is a growing concern about their proliferation and their lack of accountability to the state. Governor Walker has indicated that he intends to recommend the creation of 3 separate higher education public authorities for the governance of what is now the one University of Wisconsin system. This concerns me because in New York there is a movement to consolidate the number of public authorities and to increase their accountability to the state. Some government leaders have even called for the creation of a public authority to oversee and control all the other public authorities. Therefore, instead of a public authority for one institution, Madison, and the creation of additional public authorities, Milwaukee and the remaining institutions, I would suggest the creation of one public authority for one whole UW system. Such a governance structure would give all of us the flexibility we seek, reduce duplication, eliminate some competition for scarce resources, change the venue for the competition, and give each campus the ability to excel within its mission, all while maintaining our commitment and accountability to the wonderful people of this state by helping to meet the needs of all Wisconsinites, not just those of the world. Therefore, after detailed and numerous discussions with the deans, directors, and senior leadership of the UW Extension and UW colleges about this issue, we have determined that we cannot support the separation of UW-Madison from the system. We do not believe such action would be in the best interest of this state. One final comment. I've not been in Wisconsin very long, but I've been here long enough to know that the citizens of this state have a deep affection for Madison and the UW campus there. This affection goes back to 1848. It is a bond that should not be put at risk, especially during a period in the history of the state that is perhaps the most contentious and partisan in the memory of anyone in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can beg Chancellor Hardin, who on seniority basis should have been talking by now, just for 5 more minutes, because I know Chancellor Lovell may potentially need to be back in Milwaukee. But why don't you go ahead? No. Okay, Chancellor Hardin. In that case, you're up.
I've started up 3 times. I made it this time. A lot of what I was going to say has actually been stated a few times, so I'll try not to be too iterative and skip over parts of what I wanted to say. But I do want to say thank you, President Pruitt and President Riley and members of the board, for having this really important opportunity for this open, frank, and transparent discussion. We need more of this. I have found this extremely helpful in allowing me to continue to shape my ideas about the issue that we are discussing. I think Chancellor Martin made an excellent presentation, and I agree with much of what she said. One of what she said is that Madison's separation from the system is not the most important issue. I actually agree with that. It is important, but I think the issue really is how can we achieve flexibility, and I'll extend it to all of the institutions, but I think that the status that she's seeking for Madison is extremely important for her. It's also extremely important for the rest of us, as has been stated. She made some great comments. With deep cuts and no new tools and tuition caps, that spells disaster, and it spells disaster for all of us. Some of the stories, some of the examples that have been used about what's going on our campus, the attitudes on the campuses, are very important for people to hear. They are real. This is the most serious situation I have seen in my 3+ decades in higher education. And there aren't easy answers. The ideas that people will leave, people will retire, that's not just talk. That is going to happen, and it already has happened. I know that one very critical person on my campus has planned to retire now very soon, and we've talked with other people in addition. We talk about the options that we have, and the options are to do what Chancellor Martin is proposing and the governor is proposing, and that's one of the options that the state has. It's not my choice to make. I don't have the authority to make it, of course. Or to work together as a system to move the system forward and amend the bill, or in some other way include the other institutions. We clearly have an opportunity that we have not had before. We have a governor who is receptive to the notion of flexibility and public authority for universities or the university system. Whatever comes out of this, we must not waste this opportunity. I think that Chancellor Martin's case is compelling, and although I'm really strongly in favor of moving the system forward with this, I also don't want to do something that keeps Madison from achieving the needs that they think are important as well. I'm not as worried as some, I think, about what will happen with the rest of the institutions. I think that we have very strong universities in this system. It is a great system. I think we have strong leadership in this system, and I think we have great academics across the whole system. And although not being in the same system with Madison would be a terrible blow, I think that would be very hard, I'm not as worried as some people are about what would happen to the rest of us. I am certainly concerned about a lot of the unknowns, what will happen with the funding, who will get the lion's share. Will Madison actually get less or more than they are getting right now? Those are questions that I don't think any of us can answer. But I guess my bottom line is that I've recently come to accept that our best chance collectively, and for my institution, the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay in particular, is to advance the goal of a public authority together as we basically work as a system to achieve all of our goals. I think that I have actually come to that conclusion more recently than some of the rest of you through debate and discussion with system staff and people on the campus. But I do think that at this point this is our best example. I'm concerned that if we don't do something that actually works, though, that the door will close for us. So let's not approach this in a way that if we don't get all that we want, part of it isn't important enough. I think that we don't want to just simply close the door. Let me tell you, I know that on my campus it's hard to talk about this and make people understand what flexibilities and what perhaps a public authority would mean for me, for us. And I came here about a year and a half ago after being a president of a university in Georgia for 9 years, a part of the university system of Georgia, a very good school, exactly the same size as Green Bay, where I'm currently chancellor, exactly the same age, and in very many ways very much like the university where I'm chancellor now. And there we didn't have nearly the flexibility that we're trying to get, and we need all of it that we're trying to get, believe me. I'm not trying to argue against any of the flexibility issues that we're trying to get, but to just emphasize or illustrate how important some of the flexibilities would be. At Clayton State University, where I was president, my actual budget was considerably less than the state allocation that I have at Green Bay, and I was able to do considerably more with the money that I had from the state, from tuition, and from other sources, even though it was the same size school, same age, and similar mission and all. Now, I could talk about the specifics, but when I make that statement on campus, people start to understand that this is real. We are struggling on every campus. I think we are in jeopardy of not fulfilling our instructional missions. I think we are desperately close to that. I mean, I'm really concerned about it. If we do not find success in what we're trying to do, then I think our instructional missions are really in jeopardy. So thank you for what you are doing today, giving us all an opportunity to express our opinions. It's a critical time, I think, for the system, and I think we ought to move forward together for all the flexibilities that we can get. Appreciate it.
Chancellor Van Galen.
Good afternoon, and I would also like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board about these issues, especially the proposed separation of UW-Madison and the implications for the system. So I'll start by stating the view that I believe is reflected in the majority on the University of Wisconsin River Falls campus of deep concern over this proposal
And there are a lot of things we don't know about it, but at this point I would say I would oppose the concept from what I've seen so far. I'd like to spend a little bit of time reminding us of the value of what we do have within the UW system and a single unified governing board, and then talk a little bit about some of the concerns I have specifically that may come from a separation of UW-Madison, and then speak briefly about perhaps a way forward. And there's certainly many of these ideas that have been presented in other ways earlier today. There are many models, of course, of governance in higher education, and I think it's worthwhile to remind ourselves of the value of the model of having a single governing board, inclusive of all public universities, colleges, and in this great state, UW Extension. The structure provides some real advantages. For example, currently there is a single coordinated vision, plan, and voice for public education in the state, at least at a high level. For students, there is effective access and movement within our higher education system, and the presence of UW-Madison within this system results in synergies and in some cases efficiencies that save taxpayer dollars in areas such as libraries, information technology, human resources, and student recruitment and admission practices. The separation of UW-Madison, while there are no inevitabilities, strike me as a real possibility over time to lose some of those synergies that currently exist. A single governing board for all institutions promotes, although does not guarantee, a reasoned and fair allocation of public resources. That is, it ensures that campuses are on a relatively level playing field. While this level playing field may not always be perfectly level, I believe that in our current model, decisions are based less on politics and more on a rational analysis of what best serves our state and its citizens. Basically, our current model results in good stewardship of the public resources that are entrusted in us. Related, and speaking specifically about this board, since I've returned to this state, it is clear to me that President Riley and members of this board truly do care about every institution in this system. They take ownership of every campus and every student that we serve. Last month, Regent Pruitt was in River Falls. A week from today, Regent Stan Davis will be visiting us in River Falls. Regent Wingate has come to River Falls so often that we have considered charging him segregated fees. So perhaps...
Can be a pretty hefty bill.
Perhaps the system is River Falls-centric, although I've never been accused of that. So the point is, in Wisconsin, this collective ownership by a single governing board does help all of us succeed. Within the ranks of the chancellors, there is a spirit of collaboration and support. Yes, we vigorously represent our campuses and are in competition in some ways, but there's also a very strong sense of wanting the greater good for the state of Wisconsin. I must say I'm deeply concerned that a separation of UW-Madison will, over time, result in public resources being disproportionately lost from institutions other than Madison. And I say over time because arguments can be made and actions can be taken in the short term that may imply that a separate UW-Madison would consume a lesser proportion of state resources. In the long run, I really question this argument. To this point, as we all know, higher education in our nation is largely a matter that is left to the states, and there are many different models of governance. Before I returned to Wisconsin, I, like Chancellor Ford, was at the University of West Florida in the state of Florida, and I'll make some similar comments. There, I think governance could be described as an evolving mess. The latest iteration was a model in which each of the 11 public universities had a local governing board. There was also a statewide coordinating board that was in fact sued by the legislature to contest the little authority that it had, or at least it thought it had. In addition to seeing how much energy was wasted in sorting out this new governance model, I witnessed the political might of the flagships and other research universities, including the University of Florida and Florida State University. There became, in fact, a caste system in which, in a very sad, ironic twist, the students who needed higher education the most attended universities who had the least resources to provide it. It would be easy to stop and say, well, let's just make sure Madison stays in the UW system. and go back then to dealing with the tumultuous times we face on each of our campuses. And it is a very difficult time for our faculty and staff and our students. Let us never forget why we're here. It's for our students, and let's never forget the people who make good work possible, and that's the faculty and our staff. However, if all we accomplish this legislative session is to keep UW-Madison in the system, I believe this state has lost a great opportunity. So what is the path forward? Simply, as others have stated, flexibility for all. Especially in the light of harsh budget cuts we likely face, we need the state to provide the tools to the UW system and every campus to make decisions that maximize quality and efficiency and allow each institution to pursue excellence in its own place, in its unique way. Keep the advantages of a single system of higher education, but let us fly. So at a time when the sky seems to be falling, let me close by pointing out one way in which the stars are aligning. First, the UW system and Board of Regents have asked for flexibility and control over its affairs for many years. Next, the chancellors have called for flexibility for the system and greater flexibility and authority at the campus level. Third, the governor has demonstrated support for more flexibility for public higher education in our state, especially in light of looming budget cuts. While proposed for UW-Madison at this point, the governor has expressed, of course, interest in expanding this beyond Madison. It needs to be provided to every institution this legislative session. For months, Chancellor Martin has provided outstanding leadership and has publicly stated the need for management and leadership flexibility for UW-Madison and supported flexibility for all. And in addition, and I believe this is an important point, many legislators, including those I've recently talked to, are inclined to support this approach of broad flexibility. There is a window of opportunity here. Right now, many things are flying through the window. Let flexibility for universities be one of them that makes it through that window. If the mantra these days is less government control and fewer regulations and more entrepreneurship and innovation, let that mantra be applied to one of our state's major engines for job creation and growth, the UW system. It is time to get this done together at the UW system, if not now, when. Thank you.
Thank you, Regents, for this opportunity to talk about these very important issues. I'd like to give a little context on how I think about this. I'm a Midwesterner in where I come from. I won't mention the state today. But I've had the opportunity to work at two flagship public universities, one startup freestanding law school, and a flagship college in the City University of New York. And I say that to tell you that I may be, maybe just thick-headed, but I'm an optimist. And even as I stand here today, I'm optimistic about how things are going to work out. And there are 6 reasons. 3 have to do with the system. It's a good system, great system. It's not nearly as bureaucratic as what I've seen other places. It's not perfect, but it's very good. The state of Wisconsin has a long history of an excellent commitment to higher education, and they're just great folks here. The other 3 reasons have to do with the people who make up the faculty, staff, and students at the University of Wisconsin-Platteville. They are remarkable people given what they've been through over the last decade. Second reason is the tradition of excellence that is the legacy of the past chancellors, faculty, and students who've come through there. And most critically, I'm optimistic because of the opportunities that are ahead of us today. Now, there are some challenges, but I think in the face of these challenges, what I want to tell you is the folks at Platteville are working hard and still delivering on the education that we're expected to deliver. What are the challenges? Morale is low. Salaries have been stagnant. and as everyone knows, trail our peer institutions outside the state. We have many infrastructure needs, new and remodeled academic buildings, residence halls, material and equipment. As an aside, one of the last emails I looked at as I was driving up here was a letter from a member of our maintenance staff. And I think we have 6 maintenance staff for the grounds for 350 acres. And while he made mention of salary and the other issues, his biggest complaint is they're still using equipment to take care of the grounds that's 10 years old, and it's just impossible for him to feel good about how he can go about his job. And I mention that to show you how deeply the budget issues go into and impact our campus. And I think because of the failure over the last decade to have a stable source of income that we could count on from the state, it's been very difficult to plan strategically or tactically to meet the challenges of providing a first-rate education that prepares all our students well to enter the workforce. Now, my approach is a little different. I once heard a story about they were first building a stadium in New Jersey in the Meadowlands, and I guess it was a swamp. And there was a lot of agonizing and gnashing of teeth about whether they could build it there until they finally took this old guy who was an engineer out there in the middle of it, and he just tell me how deep the swamp is and I'll figure out how to build it. And that's sort of my problem, my approach. You tell me what tools I have available to get something done, and let's get after it. I'm not going to spend a lot of time agonizing about what I don't have. What I can tell you is that's what I see at Platteville. Tri-State Initiative, actively looking for new revenue streams, growing our distance learning programs, and planning what I hope is a transformative capital campaign. So part of the paradigm I'd like to talk to this group about, just mention in passing, is we keep doing the same thing over again. The state budget cannot save us. Whether Madison's in the group, out of the group, otherwise, we have to find a new paradigm to fund our public higher education. Yes, we ought to urge the state to support us as well as it can, but if we sit and wait for that to happen, I don't know that we're going to be in a better position in the foreseeable future. And more importantly, for all of the students and the faculty and staff in this system, we will have failed them. It's been brutal work in the system for the last 10 years. We need to do better by them. I do think, just to comment a little bit on this specific issue about Go Understand, I'm obviously worried about setting up a situation where we compete against Madison for resources in a very unstable political environment. It's one way now, it may be different in 2 years, maybe different in 5 years. I think we ought to do what we can to avoid being put in that circumstances. And in my view, over time, I don't think unfairly, but being new, I don't think the comprehensives has necessarily fared poorly in the current system. Fared well in the current system. But that may be just a limited perspective from the short time I've been here. So we need to change the paradigm. We need to work harder and need the support and the leadership from the Board of Regents to help us figure out how to create new revenue streams. We need, of course, the very flexibility that Chancellor Martin has so eloquently described. All of us need it. It needs to be implemented immediately as best we can. I think each of the comprehensives in their own way have the capacity to take on those certain portions of those flexibilities immediately. I think system has much to offer this also in the steady leadership that they provide and in the accountability they're responsible for. And we need to be vigilant about asking the state to stabilize the level of support so that we can plan strategically and tactically how to deliver on our promises. I ask, and Platteville asks, that we be given the tools to control our own destiny. And if it's given to us, we'll be prepared to meet or exceed expectations. Thank you.
For those listening, the Chancellor of our other doctoral institution, Interim Chancellor Michael Lovell.
Well, very fortunately, I believe I'm last on the list, and maybe appropriately so because we are a little bit of a different institution. Oh, there's one more? Oh, take it back. Second to last on the list. So with all the tension in the room today, I want to maybe lighten things up just briefly and maybe disagree with Regent Drew for a second. He had said earlier that Biddy was known by one name because of her ability to run UW-Madison in such an efficient and great way. And I think it's more like the reason LeBron and Shaq have one name is because of their prowess on the basketball court. So, yeah. For those of you who don't know, I did lose to Biddy in the basketball free throw shooting contest earlier this year. So, and I think we'd all agree that UWM is really in a unique situation right now. We are the second research institution in the system. We are also the access institution. And over the last decade or so, we've experienced tremendous growth. We have record enrollment. We have record research. A recent survey showed that 96% of our alumni gave us a positive approval rating. So things have been really changing and doing well on our campus. This growth, we've benefited by being part of the system. I believe all of us would agree that the Milwaukee Initiative and the $240 million that we have received last year would not have happened if we had not had system support for that initiative. We've also benefited by our relationship with Madison. Just this week, our relationship continues to grow. Biddy and I announced a new research initiative between our two campuses. This week we've also been finalizing a major gift that will help support activities on both of our campuses. So my concern going forward from where we are now, as Biddy would say, that the cards that we are dealt, is making sure that UW-Milwaukee continues on its current path. Our faculty and staff are accomplishing great things as resources continue to be reduced on our campus. And so I think the question I would like to ask is, why are we here now? What is broke in the current environment? And I think you've heard from all the chancellors so far that we all want the same thing. We want greater flexibility. We want greater accountability to achieve our goals, our unique goals on each of our campuses. And today, my biggest concern about thinking what is broken, and we've heard a lot of things that people would like to address with greater flexibility, is our most important resource, and that is the people on our campuses. Right now, we cannot offer those people compensation that meets not only our peers, but even other institutions that are below where we are now. For us to be a great system, whether it be with Madison or without Madison, we have to be able to offer compensation that is certainly at our peer institutions, if not greater. On our campus in Milwaukee, of all the systems, all institutions in this system, we actually have the lowest. We are between 19% and 29% below our peers. And I can give you two examples this week where not only this low compensation we offer for our faculty and staff, who are our greatest resources, have significant impact, particularly with the pending changes in the budget repair bill. As you know, I came from the School of Engineering, where we hired 23 faculty my first year. We had some fantastic faculty from across the country. We were able to recruit in a time when a lot of schools were having hiring freezes. This week, I ran into a chair of one of those departments in engineering, and just this week, 3 of the new faculty we just hired approached him and asked him what schools they should be applying to during the current situation that we're in right now. Similarly, last Friday, I met with the chairs of our humanities, and several of the chairs said that they were really concerned about having to close their graduate programs because they could not offer packages to graduate students that allowed them to compete on the market for these students. They were afraid they would have no students in the programs because they were just not competitive. So I think going forward, any scenario that we consider has to provide us with the resources so that we can compensate our faculty and staff and students who are doing fantastic things and are the reason why the UW system has such a great reputation, the revenue that they deserve. Now, with discussing the specific Madison moving to a public authority model, I've discussed with both President Riley and President Pruitt what the scenarios might be for Milwaukee. And we've kind of come down with 3, and I think all of them present challenges and opportunities for our campuses. One would be potentially we would go with Madison immediately and kind of share their board. And obviously this presents some challenges for us because they are much stronger than us. They have a 100-year head start on some of their programs. And we would kind of be the weaker institution of the two and may have trouble getting lion's share of the resources. Another scenario would be we would stay with system. In this scenario, we would be with 11 other institutions which do not have PhD research going on their campuses, and we really don't have a lot in common with. The third scenario, which has been alluded to by the governor, however, we've not seen any details at all coming out, would be we become our own public authority model, either immediately or in some time in the future. Now, the challenge that we would face that Madison does not have, in going through such a model, would they have a $2 billion endowment, they are doing $1 billion in research, and they have an average family income on the order of $95,000 a year. We don't have any of these things, so it's very unclear to me, for us going on a path to becoming autonomous and independent, how would we do that, and I think we would have to do it much differently than Madison would do it. So there's uncertainty, how we would accomplish that. So as Chancellor of UWM, I would have to say that there's not a clear answer for us on the path going forward. But it's clear to me that we have to make some kind of changes to the system if we're going to maintain the current reputation of the system and be able to keep the employees that we have that would make us also proud of what's going on our campuses. So thank you.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, the Interim Chancellor at UW Superior, Christopher Markwood.
Before I came up here, Dick Telfer leaned over and said, being last, you get to say what has not been said. So I want to thank you for your time. I speak from a slightly different perspective, and I want to share a little bit about our campus. I have 2 weeks left within the system before I head to Texas, which has a very different governance structure and authority model with 6 systems as well as several independent institutions. And the system I'll be joining has 11 campuses in it. So it is, as many have said before, there are a variety of models. UW Superior is our northwestmost located institution, and we are, I think, the most intimate, and we don't like the word small, but we provide that particularly intimate experience for our students. Our size and our location often leaves us feeling slightly isolated from what goes on downstate here in Wisconsin. But we, like others, have been dealing with budget cuts, changes in our student populations, accountability changes and structures, being expected to do more with less. In addition to that, given our size, the diseconomies of scale work against us, both with regard to tuition revenue as well as budget cuts. But at the same time, we are very proud to be Wisconsin's public liberal arts college, with that special designation, with one of only about 26 in the nation. We are among the top 3 or 4 in federally funded research institutions within this state, and are proud of the research that our faculty produce. We have collaborations and research collaborations with institutions within the state, Stevens Point, Madison, as well as across the bridge in Minnesota with the University of Minnesota, Duluth. Our faculty and staff, I believe, are among the best in this state and in this country. And they choose to come to Superior, ironically, in many cases because of the weather and the climate, because of the research opportunities. But they come because of their love of teaching and the love of the mission of that particular institution. Yes, in part because of the draw of the system, but they come for the mission of that particular institution. I think we're all in agreement that many of the fundamentals of higher education have changed. The funding models have changed dramatically. The accountability structures, technology, our students, and the types of students we have are changing dramatically. I know that there are many with very strong feelings about the system and the structure of this system that was created 40 years ago, a time when things were very different than they are today. And I think I echo the feelings of the other chancellors, that I need those flexibilities, and the incoming chancellors need those flexibilities to manage the resources and the leadership that we need on those campuses right now. The times are changing, and they are changing fast. I also echo the statements regarding that this is an opportunity that we can't waste. The opportunity to work with a legislature and a governor who have expressed interest in the idea of flexibilities and a more, though we don't like the term, business-like model. Well, I would love all of those flexibilities immediately. I don't know that UW-Superior is ready for all of them, but I do know that there are some who think that perhaps Madison can lead the way given their strength and capabilities. The question that I hope that we begin focusing on, and that you begin focusing on, isn't one of maintaining the current system, but rather one of looking at what a 21st century educational system for higher education should look like in this state. As we know, again, the funding models have changed, the accountability structures have changed, the accreditation standards are changing. Perhaps we need to look at the way the system might change as well. I believe it in the best interest for Superior as well as system, perhaps for the public authority model as proposed to apply for all of the institutions. I'm not necessarily convinced that spinning off Madison perhaps is the best, but I'm also not convinced that they would do irreparable harm to UW-Superior, provided that there was a commitment and a path for those same flexibilities for us in the future. I know that our faculty and staff and students will be very interested in examining the details of the plan as they continue to unfold, and will be very involved in expressing their opinion. What I say today is of my opinion. I just found out our students actually did express an opinion, but to my knowledge, our faculty and academic staff have not. But I know that they'll be interested in issues such as transfer, budget, competition, partnerships, which we have, which we would want to keep, library access, and those kinds of issues. So I hope that in this discussion, as you continue to move forward, you look progressively, you look collectively, and that you see an opportunity, political opportunity, for flexibilities for all of us, but at the same time, perhaps it may have to be a stepped process. On one other side note, if there was a separate public authority for Madison, and perhaps even Milwaukee, and UW System was looking for a new home, UW-Superior would certainly offer to house the new UW System in the northwest part of the state. You would be welcome. Thank you very much.
We'll get back to you on that, Chris. We'll get back to you. Are there any questions? Yes, Regent Loftus.
This is from who? Milwaukee. Who's Milwaukee? Okay, we've got a microphone. Well, two observations. One on Superior. Talking about the universities and colleges, universities in the system that have done the best.
I think the microphone should still be on. Can you not hear?
No, we can't hear that here.
Good.
Here it comes. There you go. Okay.
How's that?
Right.
Better? Thank you for pointing that out.
Thinking of the universities in the system that have done the best in the system from 1971 on, I mean, Superior is definitely one. I can remember the days when one of the things you ticked off before you passed the budget was Save Superior. At one point, even Governor Dreyfus proposed that to Save Superior would make it a Spanish-speaking campus. Well, thank God none of those things happened. Superior has done well. It's a great place. But Milwaukee, I would just like a further discussion on your ability to function under this system that we're talking about today, because I think Milwaukee has done the best in the system over the years. As you pointed out, it's the weaker of the two. Madison has a student body where the family income is $95,000. That's not your case. The Milwaukee delegation, the city delegation in the legislature, has such a long list of problems and priorities that oftentimes UWM comes down. And we might, I understand, we might see this in the budget as well. Could you just go a little further in your discussion of what it might mean that you're on your own hook?
Okay, I think that there's concern on our campus that, number one, we don't want to be left behind. You know, the fear is if Madison goes off and becomes a public authority and we are left back, that we're going to miss out. Because we still believe we can be a great research university, the second one in the state. And we have some great programs. As Biddy pointed out earlier, we have some graduate programs that are better than those in Madison. We want to foster and continue that PhD production and really be an economic driver for the state. Now, we cannot do it in the same way Madison is going to be able to do it, just because we do not have the resources that they have. And so I think, you know, if we start talking about having us go down that path, I think there's a lot of discussion we're going to have both internally and with the system on how that might look, because I don't think it's going to look the same as it's going to look for Madison.
Thank you. Regent Crane.
I simply wanted to say to the chancellors how grateful I am for the presentations that were made this afternoon. I thought they were extraordinarily thoughtful and have given me a great deal to think about. It has been very important to this conversation, and since I have the floor, I'll just take the opportunity to say, before we leave today, I want to know what happens next.
Thank you. That's a really good question, Regent Crane. Perhaps we might have some more questions while some of us are still thinking about the answer to your question, but that's very fair. And you should. Any other questions? I mean, and this may be directly related to answering your question, Regent Crane. I was going to turn it over to President Riley to offer a couple thoughts, and then if he doesn't completely answer your question, I'll be happy to come back and take a shot myself, and we can invite other regions to participate in what should come next. But Kevin?
Thank you, President Pruitt. And let me say thank you to everybody who spoke today and all of you who came. It's wonderful to feel the passion about our higher ed system in Wisconsin and to hear the really compelling and intelligent, well-articulated arguments on all sides of the issues that we've been talking about. I was thinking as I listened successively to each of the chancellors, very apparent to all of us why being the president in this system is a really interesting job. As I heard everybody talk, I think there's one thing that's clear. That is, we're all saying, right, the status quo is not acceptable. The status quo is not working well now, and the status quo will certainly not carry us into the future in a way we need to be able to move. And we believe, I think, collectively that there is a better way or a set of possible better ways to conduct our business. The other thing, kind of on the other side of the coin that I heard, and I think it was Chancellor Lovell who said this, but I think others either said it or certainly in my mind implied it, there's not, at this point, a clear path forward for how we get out of the status quo to get to where we all want to be. We know that a huge element of that needs to be having much more flexibility to operate our own institutions, but how we get there and what sort of association or not is not clear at this point. So, back to Regent Crane's question or remark, I think what I'd like to propose is that I'd like to work with the chancellors, I'd like to work with this board on scheduling some additional forums on these issues around the state. Remember, we set this up as the first of a number of opportunities to talk about the big ideas that are confronting us, the ones we've talked about today. So to schedule those forums around the state soon because I think we need to get them done and then figure out what we learn from them in an effort to create that clearer pathway forward early on in the legislative session. I think our plan specifically now is to take a close look at the bill when it comes out on Tuesday, a couple days away, and see if we can work with it to amend it, as the governor has said he's willing to consider, so that we could have a public authority kind of model to work for the whole system and to provide the kinds of flexibilities that all our chancellors made very, very clear today that we need. I think we need to look at that bill first to know how possible we think that is, and we are certainly hopeful that it will be. And if after looking at that bill, however, we decide that's not possible or that's not the way to go, then I think other ways of getting flexibilities delegated to us need to be advocated for in the legislative session. But on the issue of Madison's being a separate public authority by itself, and on the other issues of how we get best get the flexibilities that we need, including whether there should be one system-wide public authority, I think we need to get a lot more input from a lot of other areas of the state before we make a final decision. So those are a few thoughts, President Pruitt, about next steps on my...
Is that helpful, Regent Crane? And I would add that, this board is scheduled to meet in less than 2 weeks again. At that point, we will have the governor's budget. We will have the details of this proposal. I think we're going to want to continue the conversation within this group, but also obviously encourage the conversation going forward. Regent Bratton, and then Regent True.
Maybe somebody said this, but I didn't catch it. Is there a multi-campus system in the country where the several campuses together make up a public authority?
Somebody can help me here if I'm wrong, but I don't literally a multi-campus public authority in a state that comprises most or all of the campuses I'm not aware of.
So we might have the opportunity for Wisconsin again to be in the forefront of leading higher education policy.
We might well. We might well.
Regent True.
Put me down as pessimistic. Flexibility sounds great. I haven't heard any dollar figure attached to what flexibility is going to get us out of the hole that we're in. I've heard about deregulation, entrepreneurship. All those are great ideas, but they're all a reaction to what's going on. And to what's going on is public policy that is starving higher public education, starving K-12 education on down the line. And I see a future of higher tuition, faculty leaving, inability to attract faculty until there is a change in public policy. So we can work on all this stuff, and it's great to try, but put me down as extremely pessimistic about the chances for success.
But you will work to try.
Right.
Thank you, John.
Could I respond, Regent? I think, getting the kind of flexibilities that you heard all the chancellors talk about will be helpful in our operating more efficiently on a cost-efficient basis. However, that's not all it's about. I mean, if we think about what Chancellor Martin has put forward in the Badger Partnership, what we have put forward then with her in our system-wide plan on flexibilities, the first tenet is a sort of block grant program where you agree with the state on certain things you deliver, and then you have a certain amount of money that the state gives you, which will not cover all the money we would need to do what we need to do. We have to have other sources of revenue. But having that kind of a system, no matter how much money it would save, provides chancellors with the ability to make strategic choices about what they need to do for their campuses. And a lot of them talked about the salary and compensation issues for faculty and staff. Well, if you have a block grant, you can choose to put more dollars in that or more dollars in something else. And I think having those kinds of freedoms and flexibilities, regardless of how much cost savings there are, and there will be some, is a really crucial point.
Regent Davis.
really, really appreciate the opportunity. I know it's been a long time that we had today to discuss the issue that was noticed. And I want to say that, in sort of reacting to President Riley, that I think that doing local, not only listening, but actually messaging opportunities, campus by campus, institution by institution, will allow us, could allow, if done well, us to talk about what we're for. We've spent a fair amount of time talking about what we're against and why, and I will speak for myself, I have. But I also think that our constituencies deserve to hear what this really means to them in much more specificity. I was complimentary, and I really I maintain that the February 15th description was one of the best articulations of what flexibilities mean and why they are essential now for all of our campuses. I get the stepped-up version. Everybody's not in the same spot. But I think the notion of flexibilities can be further developed in a way that students understand what it means for them, faculty understand what it means for them, academic staff, but also the constituencies in the communities that we are in. I think we need to break that down, especially in light of what Regent Drew just said. I mean, I think part of, I don't want to interpret for him, but I believe there's probably people around the state who say, I get that, but I'm not quite sure I get that. And I think we need to go on a campaign about what we're for. And I think that we need to do it on a state-by-state, campus-by-campus basis. We can either do it in terms of what it will mean to us, allow us to do and demonstrate how that feels like more like 21st century, or we can talk about what it will mean not to have it. But either way, I think we've got to kind of figure out a strategy that more localizes what we're for, and we've got to probably do it pretty quickly. That would be my comment.
Thank you. Regional Office?
Well, if I could just suggest that to go around the state and have meetings that you think are going to be restricted to this topic, I think is Pollyannish.
Really?
We have a big group of university employees that are going to lose their bargaining, probably. No pay increase other than the cost of living for the rest of their lives. Collective bargaining repealed, student voting threatened. I don't think people are interested in talking about this at that time because they'll want to talk about the budget. Now, this is in the budget, but to try to restrict it to this subject is unrealistic and not doing anybody any favors.
I'd agree, and I don't know that we should restrict it.
Oops.
Any other? Regent Walsh.
What we're going to do next, I want to respond to John. I'm not as pessimistic. The simple fact is this country is in a recession, and in the small world I live in, I would predict it's going to get a lot worse. End of story. It's all about money. It isn't about anything else. I don't think the proposal for Madison's about anything but money. I've been listening to the flexibilities of purchasing power and construction and employment, and when you add it all up, it doesn't come out to much. I'm sure you save the 4%. And you build your buildings quicker and your purchasing power is better, but it's not all that much better. That's like giving a prisoner the toothpick to escape from jail. It's really all about money from other sources. And I think we have to go around, have to have some more hearings, because we've got to hear from people. They've got to feel like they've been heard from. And yes, Tom, it may be a little difficult, but the bottom line is we've got to reach out to people. We're regents for the whole state, not just for a couple campuses that we go to. To me, the big issue is tuition. And I think somebody said it earlier, these are strange bedfellows we've all got. I mean, we have a political time in which there are some philosophies that are clashing. And what we really need to do is spend a little time being creative about the money. And for me, it would be to go to the legislature and talk about a formula, a matrix, a promise, a contract, a compact, do just what Michigan does in that sense. And that's really, Madison's the leader in that. It will be the leader, it will be the driving force, but I haven't seen anything that overrides my concern about the balkanization of this state. and the problems that we had back with the Higher Education Coordinating Committee and Wisconsin State University Board and the Regent Board and the fighting in the back room, as Tom described, the tribalization of Wisconsin. That's what concerns me more than anything, because at the end of the day, the University of Wisconsin-Madison will lose that fight. They may get their tuition, but they're going to lose the fight when it comes to that extra dollar. And therefore, we got to go forward. But we got to recognize that we've got to come up with something different. And I would like to see us make that effort of, you know, finding what that matrix is that allows us to offer something. Otherwise, Governor Walker's certainly entitled to, he won the election, he's governing, he's making decisions, I think, in the best interest in his mind for the state. And we're going to have a tough time, but we're going to have to hold our breath and get through it in the next couple of years. And we shouldn't be pointing fingers, and we shouldn't be blaming anyone, but we've all got to be creative. So in sum, I think we've got to have those meetings, we've got to put our heads together, we've got to talk rationally with the powers to be, and have them understand that we're all looking for the best interests of the state, not our own parochial interests. But it's about money.
Yes, Regent Vasquez.
I do believe that we do need to have hearings, and I do believe that I do agree with Tom. Even if we attempted to restrict them, they're not going to be restricted. And as a matter of fact, I would rather that we not restrict it, that we invite the community to tell us about the university. If there's any restriction, it is about the university and the university system, because that is the only thing that we are responsible for. We can't fix things outside of our sphere, or at least attempt to fix things outside of our sphere. So I would encourage, I think it's important that we, as Regents, hear what are the citizens thinking and what are our employees thinking. We've heard some representatives, and I think it's very good that we heard from them. But I think it's just as important to make ourselves available. It could be tiresome for us, it could be stressful for us, but I think we do need to give them that opportunity, and I would hope that that would also present an opportunity for the rest of the state to hear from the people that are coming to talk to us about perceptions about the university, and that other voices also, other ears, so to speak, hear about the university. And it's not just the university talking about itself. I think we would open ourselves to, we may hear things we don't want to hear or would prefer not to hear. But I think as Regents, that is our responsibility, to not just simply hear the good, but also to hear what is not good or perceived as not being good about us. So I would encourage us that we try to schedule that. Maybe a situation where not all of us can be at every one of those, but as many of us can try to be there. But I think we should do it and not attempt to restrict it to just the separation topic or not.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, certainly. Regent Evers, you deserve the floor. So.
If people are asking questions that I'm going to ask, there's no reason to ask it twice. But just a comment, I think it would be helpful moving forward if we did talk about what flexibility means and how much of the pie will be solved by flexibility. I share a little bit of pessimism around that. Our system, K-12 system, has, even though districts may argue that they don't have flexibility, the fact of the matter is there's $5 billion in general aid that goes out to those school districts every year that can be spent just about any way they want. The categorical aids are just a small, tiny fraction, and those are the ones that are constrained. So I understand the general philosophical view of flexibility and what it means, but I think it would be helpful if we could determine what exactly that is and what proportion of the pie that will fix. I think people in Wisconsin deserve that.
Thank you. Regent Evers, Regent Crane?
I am concerned about the timing, and we do meet in March, March 10th, and I know that there are other things, and there are important things on that agenda, but I'm thinking in fairness to Madison, to this whole process that's going on now, and the issues that have been brought up by everyone else, we need to be working at this very quickly.
We will. I will promise you this, and I think it's a good point, and I think it is, and I know that everybody is going to, realizes the significance of this. Obviously, it gets jump-started in a major way on Tuesday with the governor's budget. That's a whole series of going to be a whole series of things beyond, obviously, the specific conversation we've been having today, and we will be vigilant in trying to go forward as adroitly and nimbly as we can. Unless there are more, I wanted to. Chancellor Wells.
Just on the flexibilities question, there's not going to be savings to meet budget cuts from having greater leadership and management flexibility on campus. What there's going to be is a better use of whatever's left, the priorities of the campus, and to be able to use those funds in creative ways to leverage other funds so that we can maximize their strategic financial plan. So I think that's a very good point. We have to be careful because people are going to want to say, well, we'll show them this will save X million dollars. It's not going to work that way.
Okay. Thank you. And I just wanted to close by thanking everyone for being part of this, the presenters and across the board, and especially the chancellors. Chancellor Martin got us off to a wonderful start this morning. The chancellors this afternoon have continued that tradition. I say two things when I travel around the state of Wisconsin. One, I say the University of Wisconsin has the finest public university system in America. I believe that. I also say that I believe we have the finest educational leaders running our campuses across the board. We don't pay them enough. That's another issue. But they are and remain the finest educational leaders, in my judgment, in America, and I think we should all be proud of that. And I would also add one other thing. We all ought to be very, very proud that I think we have the finest university system president in the country in Kevin Riley, and I wanted to thank him publicly and acknowledge his extraordinary work and thank him for all that he has done and is doing now. So maybe we could give him a round of applause. I believe, if I may, I might entertain a motion. Since I didn't call the roll at the beginning, could somebody please help me out here and give me a motion to adjourn? Second. Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Thank you all for coming.